Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the accompanying exercise files for this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone and welcome to this course on an introduction to Excel 2021. My name is Deborah Ashby and I've been a Microsoft trainer for about 25 years now in various different forms. And I'm going to be your host for this course. Now, Excel 2021 is the latest standalone release from Microsoft, and it opens up many of the features and functionality currently only available in Microsoft 365 to customers who don't have or maybe don't want to sign up for the subscription service. And we're going to explore all of these new features and everything else Excel in this course. Now, this course is aimed at Excel novices, Excel beginners. So if you are brand new to the world of Excel and are looking for guidance, or maybe you have some very basic skills and would like to learn more, this course is going to give you a great foundation from which to build from. The only prerequisite required is that you have Excel 2021 downloaded to your PC. So before we begin and dive into the content, let's run through some housekeeping so you understand how this course is structured and how everything works. So this course has a total of 85 lessons, and those 85 lessons are split across 17 logical sections. And all of the lessons are bite-sized, so they're between 5 to 15 minutes in length. Each lesson contains a video where I'll demonstrate to you a discipline in Excel using some course files. And those course files are available to download from the course files folder so that you can follow along with what I'm doing. And throughout this course, you'll get a chance to practice what you've learnt with end of section exercises and also quizzes. So the first thing to do here is to download those course files and make sure that you have them somewhere easily accessible. Grab yourselves a drink and let's dive straight in. Once again, my name is Deb and I am thrilled to be your host for this course. If you're trying to decide whether you want to use Excel 2021 or Excel for Microsoft 365, this lesson is here to help you make that decision. And what you can see on the slide here is just some of the differences between Excel 365 and Excel 2021. Now, the main difference between these two is that Excel 365 is essentially a subscription service. And what that means is that you sign up with Microsoft and you pay a small monthly fee to effectively rent the software from Microsoft. So you don't actually ever own the software, and over time, if you have that software for a number of years, you end up paying a lot more for it than if you just purchased the software outright. And this is the main reason why a lot of people prefer to go for the standalone version of Excel, as it's a one-time purchase option. And you'll see in a moment the difference in the price. And I'm going to show you in a moment where you can go to Purchase Excel 2021, and then we can compare it against the subscription service. Now, if you do have a subscription to Microsoft 365, as a subscriber, it means that you're automatically going to receive the latest updates directly from Microsoft. So if they make a change to Excel, that's going to get pushed out to your PC automatically. Whereas if you've purchased Excel 2021, whilst it is yours to keep and you own that software, it doesn't receive perpetual updates. Now, Excel 365 can be installed on up to 5 devices. So if you're in a household and you have a laptop, maybe an iPad, maybe another PC, if you have a subscription, you can install your Microsoft applications on 5 different devices. With Excel 2021, because it's not a subscription service, it can only be installed on 1 device. And I would say that that is a general rule, that it can only be installed on 1 device. There are methods you can use to try and get that onto another PC, but in general, 1 device only. Also, with the 365 applications, it gives you access to the online versions of those applications, which means you can work and access your documents and files anywhere, anytime. So if I'm sitting on a train and I want to look at a spreadsheet that I created in Excel back at the office, I can log into my online portal for Microsoft 365 and open the document from there. Whereas with Excel 2021, you don't get access to a subscribers hub, the Microsoft 365 portal, from which you can access lots of other applications and also all of your files. So it really is your choice. Now, looking at this table, you might think to yourself, well, Excel 365 sounds like a much better deal. And I would say that for most people using Excel these days, most people are using the Microsoft 365 subscription service. But depending on your situation, you may decide that you would rather just pay outright for Excel and not have to pay an ongoing monthly subscription fee. And speaking of fees, let's take a look at the difference. So if you go onto the Microsoft website, and all I did here was I typed into Google, purchase Excel 2021, you can see here the two options that I have. The first one is that I can buy Excel outright for $149.99. All of my prices are in pounds because I'm in the UK, so these may differ depending on your location. Alternatively, I can choose to subscribe to Microsoft 365 and get Excel that way. And for me to subscribe, it costs me $5.99 per month. And I'll be paying that subscription fee every single month. So if you wanted to download Excel 2021, all you need to do is come onto this page and click Buy Now. Now, I will say that this price here of $149.99 is the Microsoft price. You can purchase this software for a greatly reduced price from other third-party websites. Now, you always have to be a little bit careful here which ones you choose. So I'm going to recommend a site to you, and the reason why I'm recommending this one is because I've purchased many pieces of software from this website and I've never had any problem at all. And that website is Brightsoft. Now notice here the difference in price. It's currently in dollars, but it's only $79.99. And not only do I get Excel 2021, I get all of the other applications as well. So Word, OneNote, PowerPoint, Outlook. So this is a much better deal. And if you look at this price compared to paying for a subscription monthly, this is a lot more cost effective. However, I'll leave it to you to choose which one you want to download. This course is for Excel 2021. But if you have purchased this course, and maybe at this stage you decide that you would prefer to buy Excel for Office 365, this course is still fine for you to use. Because Excel 2021 was really released to bring the standalone versions in line with the features and functionalities currently available in Excel 365. So just bear that in mind. If you want to download 365, you can, and this course will still work for you. So download Excel, make sure you have the course file saved, and let's get to work. Now that we've downloaded and installed Excel 2021 onto our PC, it's time for us to launch the application for the first time. And the way that you do this really does depend on the operating system that you're using. So for me, I'm using Microsoft's latest version, which is Windows 11. But I'm going to hazard a guess that most people who are watching this course are going to probably be using an older version, so possibly Windows 10, maybe even something older. Now, from what I recall from Windows 10, pretty much everything I'm going to show you when it comes to launching applications is pretty much the same. So the first place that we need to go to here is we need to open up the Start menu. And the Start menu you'll find down on the taskbar, and it's this Windows icon just here. If you're using Windows 10, you should have something on the taskbar which looks similar to this. When you hover over it, you're going to get that little screen tip pop up that says Start. So you can click to pop that menu up, or alternatively, if you're into your keyboard shortcuts, you can press the Windows logo key on your keyboard. Now for me, this pops open the Start menu. And what do I have on this Start menu? Well, at the top I have a search bar, which is going to allow me to search through all of the applications and files that I have on my PC. Underneath that, I have some pinned applications. So these might be applications that I use all the time. Now, if you can't find Excel in this pinned area, we have an All Apps button, which is going to take us into the full list of applications we have available to us. And everything in here is organized in alphabetical order. So I could scroll through to find Excel, or alternatively, I can use the search bar at the top, simply type in Excel, and the best match is the Excel application. One click, and it's going to let me launch the app. Now, if Excel is going to be one of the applications that you're using on a regular basis, so maybe you go into Excel every single day, then I would definitely advise you to pin Excel either to your taskbar or to your start menu. Now, notice that once I have Excel open, if I look down in my taskbar, I can see the application on the end here. So if I want to pin it to this taskbar permanently so it's available like these other icons, I can simply right-click my mouse and choose the Pin to Taskbar option. Now, even when I close Excel down, that icon is going to remain on the taskbar and I can simply click to relaunch Excel. Another thing that I can do, again from the Start menu, so let's press the Windows key to pop that back up again, is I could pin it to this pinned area at the top. So once again, I'm going to jump into All Apps. Let's search for Excel. This time I'm going to right click and I'm going to say Pin to Start. So now that's going to pin it to that Start menu. And if you can't see it in this list, if you scroll down, you might find that it's right at the bottom. And of course, we can reorganize our pinned icons and applications. So if I want Excel to be further up this list, I can click and then just drag it into the position that I want it to be in. So let's put this right at the start. And then it makes it very simple for me to click Excel and launch the application from here. When you launch Excel, it's going to open up by default in something that we call the Start screen. And you only ever really see this screen in this configuration, this exact layout, when you launch Excel for the first time. So let's take a quick look around at some of the things that we have on this page. Now notice over on the left-hand side, we have three icons: Home, New, and Open. And currently I'm clicked on the home page, and we can tell that because it's highlighted in dark green. So what do we have on this home page that's going to be useful to us? Well, look at the section at the top called New. This is where we can go to create a new blank workbook, or maybe select a template. And the templates that you can see running across the top there are ones that I've created. So these are my own personal templates. And if you cast your eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen, just under those templates, you can see that there is actually a link to take us to more templates. Now, it's worth noting at this stage that within Excel, there are hundreds of Office templates that are free for us to use. And I'm going to talk to you more about templates and how you use them, and even how you create your own in one of the later lessons. But for now, just know that if you do need to access the fuller library of templates, you can click on the More Templates link from this home screen. Now, underneath our New section, we then have a Recent and a Pinned section. Now, this area really allows you to access files that you've opened and used recently. And you'll see underneath the recent list, this is basically all of the files that I've been into over the last couple of days. You can see the date modified column. I've been into most of these files either today or yesterday. Now, the amount of files that you see listed in recent is really dependent on what you have set up in Excel options. But the default for recent documents is 50. And I'll show you a bit later on how you can modify the number of recent documents you're seeing in your copy of Excel. So this area is really great if you just want to quickly access something that you've been working on recently. Now, one thing to remember about this particular list is that this is what we call a dynamic list, meaning that it's going to change all the time. So as I open new documents, those documents will appear at the top of this list, and the ones at the bottom of this recent list are going to kind of fall off the end. Now, if you have a particular document that you want to use all the time, so maybe it's something that you go into every single day and update, and you want to make sure that it doesn't start moving down this recent list, you want to pin it to the top of the list so it's permanently available. Well, you can do that. So let's take this second document in this recent list, the document called Lookup Functions. As I hover my mouse over that file name, notice over on the right-hand side, we get this little pin icon. When I hover over it, it says pin this item to the list. So if I click the pin, that item is now pinned in recent, and I'm also going to be able to find it underneath this pinned section. And there you go, there it is. So again, this makes it super easy for me to access. So that's what we have on this home page. Let's jump across to the next icon, which is this new icon. Now this is where you would come to create new workbooks. So again, we have something very similar to what we had in the new section on the home page. This is where we can quickly create a blank workbook, or we can access any templates that we've created. And once again, the ones that I've created and the ones that I use are at the top of this list. Now, if we scroll down, this is where we can find our template library. Now, notice again that I have two headings, Office and Personal. Now, the Office section is where you go if you're looking for a particular template. And all of the templates that are available in Excel are categorized. So it might be that you're looking for a business template, or maybe something related to planners and trackers. Maybe you want to create a household budget, so you're looking for all of the budget templates. Notice underneath where we have the search box, we have these different categories just here. So if I click on budgets, it's going to search through all of the templates in the library and just present me with all of the templates that are related to budgets. Let's click the back arrow to go back. What about if I want to actually search for a template as opposed to looking or browsing through each of these categories? Well, I can click in the search box and maybe I'm looking for an invoice template. I can hit enter, or I can click on the magnifying glass to kick off that search. And there we go. We have all of the templates which match the criteria that I've specified. So super simple. We're not going to select a template at this stage because we do have an entire lesson on templates. But just for now, make sure that you know where you go to access them. And I'll also talk a little bit more in that lesson about what this personal section is and how it differs from the Office section. Let's move down and select the next icon. So this time, Open. This is where you can come to open any workbooks or folders. So if we've created a workbook previously and we've saved it to a location on our PC, maybe to the Documents folder or maybe to a OneDrive cloud storage folder, and we want to reopen that, this is where we would come. So every time you want to open a file, come to the Open section. And this is just showing us a list of different locations that we can open files from. So currently I'm clicked on Recent. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that I have recent workbooks showing currently. So again, these are the workbooks that I've used most recently. If I want to open any of them, it's simply a case of clicking and it's going to load up that workbook in Excel. What I also have here is folders. So this is going to show me any recent folders that I've saved into. So again, all of this is here to help us access files quicker. Underneath recent, I have a couple of other storage locations that I have access to. So 2 OneDrive accounts effectively. And I can open files from my cloud storage from here. And I can also choose to browse this PC. So if I'm more comfortable going to File Explorer and working my way through my folder structure, then I can definitely open files from here as well in that way. Now, right at the bottom of this menu, we have 3 little options here: Account, Feedback, and Options. So if we click on Account, this is where you're going to find some useful information related to your account. You can see your user information at the top. So this is your login credentials for Microsoft. I can choose to change my account photo. I can sign out of my account, and I can also switch account from here as well if I do have multiple. I can choose an Office background from here and also an Office theme from here as well. So if I wanted to, I could change my Office theme to black. We've also got dark grey, white, and of course, colourful. I can see what services I have connected from here as well. So in general, I usually have OneDrive connected so I can save my files, and also a SharePoint site. And if I want to add or connect up any new services, I can do that from down here as well. And on the right hand side, I just have product information about the version of Office that I'm using. So you can see here that we are using Microsoft Office Professional Plus 2021. This is also where I can come to check to see if we have any updates available for Office. So very useful to know where this is. Underneath the account section, we have feedback. So this is really if you just want to send some feedback about a particular feature of Excel to Microsoft. So you can do that if you choose to. And then finally at the bottom, we have options. And this is a really important area and one we're going to dip into and dip out of throughout this course. I'm not going to go into this in any great detail at the moment, other than to say this is where you come to customize how your copy of Excel works. So this is effectively all of your settings. You can set up autosave from here. You can check what language you're using. You can customize your ribbons and even create your own ribbons. You can modify the quick access toolbar and turn off and on different add-ins as well. Now I've just scratched the surface there with the types of settings that you can change, but make sure that you know where Excel options is because we're going to be coming in and out of here a lot. Now, if I click on cancel, notice what happens here. It doesn't take me back to that start screen. And if I click on the file menu, I don't get exactly the same screen. So I get things that are fairly similar. I've got home, new, and open at the top here, but I have some additional options underneath which weren't part of that start screen. Now remember, I said at the beginning, you only ever see the start screen in that particular layout when you launch Excel for the first time. So if I close down Excel one more time and click to reopen it, there I get back to my start screen. So just remember that. So that is the start screen. Make sure you're familiar with it and you know where to go to create new documents, where your templates are, and also how to open files and check your account settings. So now that we're comfortable with this start screen, it's time to create a new blank workbook and make ourselves familiar with the Excel interface. So I'm on the start screen, I'm clicked on home. If I want to create a blank workbook, I can select blank workbook from here. Alternatively, I could go to new and click on blank workbook from here as well. As soon as I click it, it's going to load it up into Excel. And the first thing you'll notice with Excel 2021 is that we have a lovely, shiny new interface. This definitely has a much more modern look and feel to some of the older versions of Excel. For example, we now have these curved corners and the icons have been slightly refined, so everything just has a much more modern look. So now that we have a blank Excel workbook open in the main screen in Excel, let's take a look at the interface so we understand what we're looking at. So let's start at the top of the screen with this green bar that we can see. This is what we call the title bar. And among other things in this bar, you're going to see, as you would expect, the title of your document. Now, currently, I haven't saved this file, so the title of this document is really the generic default file name that Excel gives new workbooks. And that is normally Book 1, Book 2, Book 3, something along those lines. So my file name is currently Book 1. When I save this file, this is going to update and I'm going to see the new name in this title bar. Now to the left of where we have Book 1, we have a number of different little icons. And this is called the Quick Access Toolbar. And again, we have an entire lesson dedicated to looking at the Quick Access Toolbar and also customizing it to suit our needs. So we're going to come back to that in a later lesson. Moving across to the middle of this title bar, we have a search bar in the middle, and notice that there is a keyboard shortcut for this search bar of Alt-Q. And from here, we can search for pretty much anything. Moving all the way over to the right-hand side, this is where you're going to find your account information again, and I can also sign out of my account from here also. I then have the minimize button, which is going to minimize Excel down into what we used to call the system tray, now down into the taskbar. Now, when you minimize, it doesn't close Excel. Excel is still there. It just means you have to hover over the Excel icon in your taskbar and click to maximize that window. The button next to that allows us to restore this window down to a smaller size. So sometimes if you want to move this around and see something underneath this window, that can be quite useful. And if we hover over again, I can click to make this full size. Now, if you're wondering what these little pop-up grid structures are when I hover over that button, that's related to a new feature in Windows 11 called Snap Layouts. It's not actually part of Excel. And then right in the corner here, we have the Close button. Now, a really important thing to note here. If you click the cross in the top right-hand corner, it's going to close all of Excel. So if you have multiple workbooks open, it's going to close them all because this one closes Excel. If you want to close just the file that you have open, you would do that from File, and you can see that you have a Close option in here. Alternatively, there is a keyboard shortcut to close the file that you have open on your screen of Control-W. That's going to close down just the workbook, but it's going to leave Excel open. So now that we've done that, we really need to load up another blank workbook. Now, a quick way of doing this is again to use a keyboard shortcut. So to create a blank workbook, Control-N is going to do that for you. Now, underneath the title bar, we have these little tabs at the top here. So we have Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, so on and so forth. And each time I click on one of these tabs, it shows me a ribbon. And that is the terminology in Excel. These are the tabs, and each tab has its own ribbon. So currently, I'm clicked on the Home ribbon. And what you see on these ribbons are basically the commands that you're going to use to execute tasks and actions in Excel. And these commands are categorized logically onto different ribbons. So in general, on the Home ribbon, you're going to find most of the things that you use most frequently. So things like cut, copy, paste, format painter. You're going to find your formatting options, alignment tools, number formatting, things like that. The Insert ribbon is where you find all of the things that you can insert into your spreadsheet. So things like pictures, shapes, charts, links, text boxes, symbols, all of that good stuff. The Draw ribbon is there if you need to make any annotations. So this is particularly useful if you work with a touch screen device and a stylus. You can ink up your documents, make annotations and notes. The next ribbon along deals with the layout of the page. So from here, I can do things like apply specific themes to my workbook. I can change the margins. Maybe I want to change the orientation of the workbook from landscape to portrait. I can do things like add a background image, turn the grid lines off and on, and also align objects, things like that. The Formulas ribbon is where we go if we want to access our formula library. And formulas are really the backbone of Excel. It's really what it's known for, its calculations. So we're going to be doing a lot of work in here a bit later on in the course. The Data ribbon is where we go to do things like connect to external data sources. So if you want to import data in from other applications, you would come into this ribbon. We can sort our data, we can filter, we can do things like remove duplicates and do various different types of data analysis. The Review ribbon is generally the ribbon that I come to last. So once my spreadsheet has been done, I come to the Review ribbon because this is where you come to do things like spell checking. You can add comments in, and you can also do things like protect the worksheet and the workbook. The View ribbon contains how we're actually viewing our workbook when we're working in it. So by default, you're always going to be in normal view. But you do have some other views here that you can switch between. I can also do things like zoom in and out from here, create new windows, arrange windows, and also switch between any open workbooks. Now, I've got two ribbons turned on here that you might not see in your copy of Excel. So the Developer ribbon and also the Power Pivot ribbon are not turned on by default. If you want to use these, then you need to go into Excel options and toggle these on. Now, the Developer ribbon contains a lot of the more advanced commands in Excel. So this is where you would come if you want to work with macros, if you want to take a look at the VBA code, all things like that. And we're not going to touch this ribbon in this beginner's course, so we're going to go in and turn those ribbons off in a moment. The final ribbon, Power Pivot, this is actually an add-in that I've turned on. And again, this is one of the more advanced features of Excel, so for this course, you don't need to have that ribbon either. So the final ribbon that you might possibly see, and again, this is one that isn't always turned on by default, is the Help ribbon. And that is pretty much what it says on the tin. This is where you can come if you need to access the help files. So let's quickly jump in to Excel options, because this will give you a good little introduction to how Excel options works, and turn off Developer and PowerPoint ribbons, because we're not going to be using them. So we're going to go to File and all the way down to Options. Now, in these categories on the left-hand side, I'm going to go to Customize Ribbon. And here I can see all of the ribbons that I have turned on. So I'm going to deselect Developer and Power Pivot just to turn those off. And there we go. Hopefully my Excel now looks more similar to yours. Now, underneath these ribbons, we then have something called the name box over on the left-hand side, which is currently just showing the cell reference of where my cursor currently is. Now, if you're not sure what I mean by cell reference, just wait a few minutes. I'm going to explain that to you. And then next to the name box, we have the formula bar. And this is where you can come to edit your formulas. And you can also see what you have in your cells in this formula bar as well. And then underneath, we have the main part of the workbook. And that is the worksheet. Now, each worksheet has a grid structure. You can see it's organized by columns that are labeled with letters and rows that are labeled with numbers. And all of these rectangles that you can see in this grid are referred to as cells. And how do we identify different cells in a worksheet? Well, we use what we call the cell reference. So take a look at where my mouse is clicked currently. Notice the column that it's in is shaded in grey. It's in column H, and it's also row number 8. So the cell reference for this particular cell is H8. And you can see that in the name box just here. So wherever I click on this worksheet, you're going to see it highlighted in the column and the row, and you'll also see the cell reference in the name box. And cell references are so important. You're going to be using these all the time, particularly when you're doing things like formulas in Excel. Now at the bottom here, I have Sheet 1, this little tab. So we're working in a workbook and we're also working in a worksheet. And I can have numerous different worksheets as part of this workbook. So that is the structure. You have a workbook, but that workbook might contain many different sheets. Notice that we also have horizontal and vertical scroll bars to help us navigate and scroll through our worksheets. And then finally at the bottom, we have the status bar. And this status bar is pretty much fairly plain at the moment, but you can customize this to show different pieces of information that's going to be useful to you when you're working in Excel. Way over on the right-hand side, we also have quick ways of switching our document views or our worksheet views. And we also have a zoom slider, which lets us zoom in and zoom out of this particular worksheet. Now, all of these things we're going to go into in a lot more detail, but I just want to give you a whistle-stop tour of the different elements of the screen so that you'll start to become familiar with some of the Excel terminology and where you need to go to access different options and commands. In the previous lesson, we started to introduce the concept of tabs and ribbons. And in this lesson, we're going to take a bit of a deeper dive into tabs and ribbons, and we're also going to take a look at menus as well, because all of these are really important concepts to grasp when you're working in Excel. Now, as we mentioned previously, we have our tabs running across the top, and each tab has a corresponding ribbon. And what we'll find on each of these ribbons are commands that will allow us to execute different actions within Excel. And all of these commands have been arranged logically onto their corresponding ribbons to make it a little bit easier for you to find the command that you're looking for. For example, if I wanted to insert a shape into my worksheet, the logical tab to click on would be the Insert tab. And I'm going to find shapes within this illustrations group, which brings me on to my next point. All of the commands on each ribbon are organized into these different groups. So if we jump back to the home ribbon once again, you can see that for things like cut, copy, paste, format painter, those are all part of the clipboard group. My font formatting options are part of the font group. My alignment tools, part of the alignment group, so on and so forth. Now, with so many different commands in Excel, if you're fairly new to the application, you're probably going to go through a good few weeks where you're not 100% sure what each of these commands does. Now, fortunately, in Excel, we have something that can help demystify this for us. If I was to hover my mouse over any of these commands on the ribbons, notice I get a little screen tip pop up, which tells me the name of the command. It gives me a short description of what that command does, and it's also going to show me if there is a keyboard shortcut for this command. Now, some commands have keyboard shortcuts and some do not. For example, if I hover over bold, I can see that that one, yes, that does have a keyboard shortcut. But if I hover over, let's say, increase font size, you can see that it's not showing me a keyboard shortcut. Also, what you'll find with these commands is that if you right-click your mouse on any of them, you're going to see what we call a contextual menu. Now, contextual menus appear throughout Excel, and they're called contextual menus because they're kind of contextual to where you're currently clicked. So because I've right-clicked my mouse on the Format Painter command, in that contextual menu, I'm seeing menu items related to that particular command. So what you see in this contextual menu changes depending on where you're clicked. For example, if I was just to click on a cell in the worksheet and right-click my mouse, I get a much longer, completely different contextual menu. So this is basically showing me all of the actions that I can take in relation to the cell that I'm clicked on. So I can copy this cell, I can paste it, I can insert new cells, I can delete it, so on and so forth. Another thing you'll notice when you right click on the worksheet, in addition to that contextual menu, you're going to see what we call the mini toolbar just above. And this mini toolbar contains some formatting commands. And these are in general formatting commands that you'll find yourself reaching for all of the time. And the idea of this mini toolbar is that it just makes it a little bit easier for you to access these formatting options without having to drag your mouse all the way up to the home ribbon. Now, some people love this mini toolbar, some people really don't. And this is one of those things that you can control within Excel options. So let's just divert for a second and let me show you where you can go if you'd like to turn that mini toolbar off or on. So we're going to go back up to File, into Excel options. I told you at the beginning we would be coming out of here fairly frequently. Now, in the General section in this first group where it says User Interface Options, notice that this second option down is Show Mini Toolbar on Selection. So if you don't like that mini toolbar and you find it just gets in the way when you're right-clicking, you can deselect this box just here and it's not going to come up when you right-click. Now, another place you can go to get access to more commands is by clicking on this little diagonal down arrow in the corner of the group. Now notice not every group has one of these diagonal down arrows. For example, styles, cells and editing don't have them, but we have this arrow in all of these other groups. Now, if I hover over the one for font, you can see here it says Font Settings, and this does have a keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift-F. So if I click this, it's going to open up a little dialog box. It's going to jump me straight to the Font tab, and in here I have a few additional options for formatting my font that I don't actually have on the ribbon. Let's cancel out of there. Let's click on Alignment. Now notice it takes us to the same box. It's still the Format Cells box, but we've jumped to a different tab, and that is the Alignment tab. And again, we have a few more controls that we can use to deal with alignment in our worksheet. Now, what about if I click on this one here in the clipboard group? Let's see what this does. Now here we get something completely different. This opens up the internal clipboard. Now this clipboard is here to basically collect items that you cut or copy in your worksheet. And again, I'm not going to go into this in too much detail because we do have a whole lesson about this later on in the course. The main thing I wanted to highlight to you there is that by clicking on that dialog box launcher, the little arrow in the corner, doesn't necessarily always open a dialog box. In this particular scenario, it's opened up what we call a pane on the left-hand side of the screen. And if I want to close down a pane, I can just click the cross in the top corner. Now, the final point I'd like to mention here in relation to ribbons is that you can choose to hide the ribbon from view. By default, this ribbon is going to be visible at the top of the workbook all of the time. And mostly that's absolutely fine because you're going to find yourself reaching for your different commands frequently. However, if maybe you're viewing or scrolling through a very, very large worksheet and you want to basically maximize the real estate that you have on the page, you could choose to temporarily collapse up the ribbon. Now, there are a couple of different ways that you can do this, and by far the easiest way is to use the keyboard shortcut. And the keyboard shortcut to collapse or expand the ribbons is Control F1. You'll notice as soon as I do that, I'm just left with those tabs and the ribbons no longer display. Control F1 again to bring the ribbon back. Alternatively, if I go all the way over to the right-hand side, notice that I have this little drop-down arrow, and when I hover over, it says Ribbon Display Options. So if I click this here, I have some other options when it comes to showing the ribbon. Now I can choose to always show the ribbon. I can show tabs only, which is pretty much what we had when we pressed Control F1. And notice that once this is collapsed, I don't have a little down arrow anymore to bring that back again. But what I can do is simply click on one of these tabs and it's going to drop that ribbon back down. I can then choose to always show the ribbon. And if I want to truly maximize the space that I have on the screen and also get rid of these tabs, if I click the drop down, I could choose full screen mode, and that's really just going to leave me with the spreadsheet in view. To come out of here, we can click at 3 dots in that title bar, click the drop down again, and switch it back to always show ribbon. So far, there's one tab at the top here that we haven't really spoken about in any great depth, and that is the File tab. Now, the File tab is different from these other tabs as it doesn't contain a ribbon. So when we click on File, instead of getting a ribbon, it takes us into what we call the Backstage area. And this area is a little bit similar to the start screen that we see when we first launch Excel. But there are some major differences. We have a lot more options that we can select in that left-hand menu from File. And this Backstage area is really what we consider to be the admin area. This is where we can come to create new blank workbooks or even select a template. We can open workbooks from here. We can save workbooks from here. We can also do things like print workbooks, share them with other people, export them out to different file formats, and even publish them to the Power BI service. And we're going to be using each of these options throughout this course. But just for now, know that in order to get to these options, you need to click on File and go into what we call the Backstage area. Now, one page here that I do want to draw your attention to is this info page. Now in Info, we kind of have two parts to this. This is where we can come to do things like protect our workbook. So if we want to add a password to our workbook to protect which parts of the workbook other people can edit, we can do that from here. We can also inspect our workbook, so we can check for any metadata or information that's stored in the background of each file, such as things like the author's name, when the document was created, things like that. We can remove all of those things before we send this out to other people. This is also where we can effectively recover any unsaved workbooks. So if we're working away in a workbook and we haven't saved it and Excel crashes, we're going to be able to see our unsaved workbooks listed here, and we can effectively recover them. And then finally, we also have some browser view options. So if somebody else was viewing this Excel workbook on the web, we can control how they're viewing it. And once again, we are going to go through all of these options as we go through this course. Something else we also have in here are the document properties. Now, I haven't saved this document yet, so we don't have too many document properties. It hasn't got a title and it's blank, so it doesn't really have any size as yet. But we do have a little bit of information about this document. I can see when it was last modified, when it was created, when it was last printed, and I can also see that I'm the author and I was the person who last modified this. Now, the only other option that I really want to highlight in this Backstage area at this stage is close at the bottom here. If you recall, previously when we were working in our Excel workbook, I mentioned that if you click the cross in the top right hand corner, that's basically going to close all of Excel. So if you've got multiple workbooks open, it's going to close them all. If you simply want to close the workbook that you currently have open, you would choose Close from here. Now it's recognizing that I haven't saved this file. And that's fine, we don't really need this, so I'm going to say don't save. That file is going to close down, but notice that Excel remains open. And remember, if I want to quickly create a new blank workbook again, I can use my keyboard shortcut of Control-N. Notice the file name at the top is now Book 3. So every time you create a new blank workbook and you don't save it as something else, when you create another one, it's going to be Book 3, Book 4, Book 5, so on and so forth. So just be aware of that. This close in here will close the current workbook. The cross in the top corner will close all of Excel. Now, if you want to backtrack out of this Backstage area and go back to your Excel workbook, you have a couple of different options. At the top here, just above where it says Home, we have a back arrow. If I click this, it's going to take me back to my workbook. Another way that we can do this is we can also press the Escape key on our keyboard, and that's going to take us back as well. So now we're a bit more familiar with the general overall layout of Excel, it's time to switch our attention to the Quick Access toolbar. And again, this is something I briefly mentioned at the start of this course when we were exploring the Excel interface. Now for me, my Quick Access toolbar is right at the top here in the left-hand corner. And it's this tiny little toolbar that has a few little icons on it. So where you can see the Save command, we also have Undo and Redo. This is basically my Quick Access toolbar. And currently I don't have a great deal on there apart from the default commands that display when you enable the Quick Access toolbar. So what exactly is this? Well, the Quick Access Toolbar, or QAT as it's known for short, is where we can add commands that we use frequently. So instead of having to go through and hunt through different ribbons for commonly used commands, we can simply add them to this Quick Access Toolbar, which makes them super easy to access. Now, before we start doing that, let me show you how you can change the position of the Quick Access Toolbar. Because currently mine is kind of shoved up in that top left-hand corner. And when I leave mine up there, I tend to forget that it's even there and I very rarely use it. So I prefer to have mine displaying underneath my ribbons. So how do we change the position of the QAT? Well, if we hover our mouse over this little drop-down arrow, notice that the screen tip says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. And when I click it, it's going to open up a menu of different items. And right at the bottom of this menu, we have an option to show below ribbon. And that's going to move this to underneath your ribbons. Now notice that the save icon is still showing up in this title bar. So this save icon isn't actually part of that quick access toolbar. You're going to find that this is just part of Excel's title bar. So the only commands that I currently have on my quick access toolbar are undo and redo. Now if I click this drop down arrow again, you can see that I have a few different commands in this menu that I can add on to my quick access toolbar with one click. And these are really the 15 or so commands that Microsoft have deemed are going to be useful to you. So if I want to add any of these that I can see in this list to my QAT, I simply need to just select them and it's going to add that command. Let's also add spelling in here as well. Now, if I want to add save to the quick access toolbar, maybe I forget that it's up here in the top left-hand corner, I can add another save icon to the QAT as well. Now, if you're looking at your Excel and you're thinking, well, I don't actually see anything that resembles this quick access toolbar, it might be that you don't have it turned on. And this is one of the things that's very different from older versions of Excel. In the last version of Excel 365 that I used, and in versions before that, the quick access toolbar was turned on by default. And there was no way for us to control if we have it toggled on or if we have it toggled off. But now in Excel 2021, we do have that option. So let me just show you that. Let's jump up to File. And again, we're jumping back into our Excel options. Now notice in this list we have a whole page dedicated to customizing the quick access toolbar. And we're going to come back into here in a moment and start adding commands this way, but I want to draw your attention first of all to this bottom section. Notice I have Show Quick Access Toolbar selected. If I deselect this box and click on OK, it's going to get rid of that quick access toolbar altogether. So if you find that you never use it and it's just taking up additional room, you can definitely turn it off. Now, I quite like having my quick access toolbar turned on, so let's jump back into there and put a tick in this box. Another thing we can do is also display labels for the items on our quick access toolbar. So if I select this checkbox as well and click on OK, now look at my quick access toolbar. Instead of just the icons, I have the actual labels. So it's a lot easier for me to determine what each of these does. I can see undo clearly, redo clearly, email, so on and so forth. So now that we've established how to activate the quick access toolbar and how we can very simply add any of the commands from this customized quick access toolbar menu, let's take a look at some other customizations we can make. Now, obviously, in this right-click menu, we're not seeing all of the commands available in Excel. So what if I want to add a completely different command onto my quick access toolbar? Maybe I'm always using conditional formatting. Well, this is very simple. What you can do is right-click on any command on any ribbon, and the first option that you're going to have in that contextual menu is Add to Quick Access Toolbar. Notice as soon as I do that, it appears with its label. Now, I mentioned in an earlier lesson that not all commands available in Excel have an icon on the ribbons. There are some commands that purely exist in the background, and they're usually commands that you don't tend to use all that often. So what about if I want to add one of those to my quick access toolbar? Well, this is where we can jump back into Excel options. So let's go to File, into Options, and we're going to go straight to Quick Access Toolbar. Now, over on the right-hand side, this is where you can see the current Quick Access Toolbar. And you can see the icons that I have showing undo, redo, email spelling, save, and conditional formatting, which is the one I just added. And on the left-hand side, currently, I'm showing all of the popular commands in Excel. If I wanted to see the full list, every single command available in Excel, I can choose all commands from this first menu, And now I have every single command in Excel available listed out in alphabetical order. So I can now go through and I can choose any of these that I want to add. So let's say I want to add shape after. Click the Add button in the middle, and that's going to put that onto the Quick Access toolbar. And I can carry on going through, adding different buttons to my Quick Access toolbar, like so. And of course, if I want to remove them, I can do exactly the same thing. So I'm actually going to remove these separators. And I'll explain to you what separators are in a moment. Let's select the first one, click Remove, select the second one, click Remove. So now that I have all of my Quick Access toolbar commands showing, I can reorganize these using the arrows on the right-hand side. So maybe I want to move Save so it's the first icon on my Quick Access toolbar. I just need to select it and use my arrow keys to move it up. So don't be afraid to reorganize your commands on your QAT. Now, we just deleted out a couple of separators there, so let me explain to you what separators are. Separators will effectively separate your commands on your Quick Access toolbar into groups that you specify. And all it really is a tiny little line. It's actually barely visible, but it just does give a little bit of structure to the Quick Access toolbar as opposed to just having a horizontal list of commands. So at the top of any list you select, whether it's all commands or popular commands, you're going to see separator. And you can add in as many separators as you like. So I'm going to add 3 into here. And then I can move these into the correct position. So maybe I want to separate Save from everything else. Maybe I want to separate Undo and Redo from the rest of my commands. And then finally, let's just move this one up to, let's put that just there. Once you're happy with how you have your QAT organized, if we click on OK, it's going to update with those changes. And I don't know if you can just see, very faint line in between these, that is the separator. So I definitely recommend that once you've been using Excel for a while, you're going to get an idea of the kinds of commands that you use all the time. And once you do know that, start adding them to your Quick Access toolbar to make them super easy to access so you're not digging around the different ribbons looking for your commands. It's also worth noting that if you want to remove commands that you've already added to the Quick Access toolbar, you don't have to keep going into Excel options. You can simply right-click on the command, and then in the contextual menu, you have a Remove from Quick Access toolbar option. So I'm actually going to remove the 3 that I just added. In this lesson, we're going to run through some of the most useful keyboard shortcuts. And we've used quite a few keyboard shortcuts so far in this course, and for me, they are the #1 thing to learn if you want to improve your efficiency when working in Excel. Now, there are hundreds and hundreds of keyboard shortcuts, and you are definitely not going to remember all of them. And what I would say is that most people have 10 to 15 that they use all the time. So let me show you some of the most popular ones. Now, if you take a look at my workbook, I currently don't have anything open. And as we've already seen, if we want to create a new blank workbook, we can use the keyboard shortcut of Control-N. If I now wanted to save this workbook, and bear in mind we haven't really discussed saving in any great detail at the moment, we could press Control-S, and that's going to prompt us to save this file into a location. Now, I'm not going to do that at the moment because we have an entire lesson on saving. Let's just click Cancel. So now let's type something into a cell. So I'm just going to pick a random cell somewhere in the middle here. H7 is the cell reference, and I'm going to type in the number 1000. Now, what about if I want to format this number? Well, there's a couple of things I can do here. The Control-B keyboard shortcut is going to apply bold formatting. If I then choose Control-I, it's going to apply italic formatting. Now notice, as I've used these keyboard shortcuts, if we take a look up on the Home ribbon in the font group, notice that now both bold and italic are showing as being toggled on. What I could also do is Control-U. That's going to toggle on the underline. And if I want to undo The underline, the italic, and the bold, a very important keyboard shortcut which you're going to use all the time is Control Z. That's going to undo your last action. So I can go all the way back to how the number was originally simply by doing Control Z 3 times. What about if I want to move this number to a different cell in the worksheet? Well, for that, I can use Cut. And we have a keyboard shortcut for Cut of Control X. Notice as soon as I press Control X, I now have what we refer to as marching ants or sometimes dancing ants around the outside of the cell. And that really just lets me know that I've cut this information. Now, if I was to click the diagonal arrow next to clipboard, if you remember previously we looked in here, this is where any cut items will be gathered. So you can see at the top here, because I haven't pasted this yet, I've simply cut it, it's now being held on this clipboard until I paste it elsewhere. Okay, so now what I can do is click in another cell and use the paste keyboard shortcut, which is Control V. And that is going to move that number from one cell to another. But what about if I want to make a copy as opposed to cutting it? Well, the keyboard shortcut for copy is Control C. Again, I have my marching ants. I can select another cell and I can do paste Control V. And now I have a copy. Notice that the original is still showing with marching ants around the outside. So I need to press the Escape key to deselect that cell. Now, to demonstrate some more super useful keyboard shortcuts, we're actually going to open a file that contains more data. And there is a keyboard shortcut for Open. If we press Control O, it's going to jump us into that Backstage Area and straight to the Open page. And the file that I want to open, I've accessed recently, so I'm going to go to my recent list of workbooks, and it's this one here, so I can just click once to open that file. So now we have quite a bit of data in here. We can demonstrate some other useful keyboard shortcuts. Now, if I'm clicked in cell A1, where we have the word date, and I want to jump down to the last row in this data set, I can press Control down arrow, and that's going to jump me to the last row. If I want to jump back up to the top, Control up arrow. If I want to jump to the last column in my data set, Control right arrow and Control left arrow to go back. What about instead of just moving around, I want to actually make a selection. I want to select all of the data in column A. Well, for that, we can just add in the Shift key. So Control, Shift, down arrow will select all of the data in that column. If I do Control, Shift, right arrow, it's going to select everything. Now, another way that we can select all of the data in this little table here is to press the Control A keyboard shortcut. Control A is Select All, and this functions slightly differently depending on where you're clicked. So if you're clicked within some data and you press Control A, it's going to basically select all of the data that surrounds where you're clicked. So it's super useful for making very quick selections of tables and data sets. But if I was clicked somewhere over here, just in a blank cell on this worksheet, and I press Control A, that's going to select every single cell in my workbook. Now, a keyboard shortcut that we've already been introduced to is Control F1. That is going to minimize up the ribbon. Control F1 again to bring it back. What about if I want to print this spreadsheet? Now, again, we haven't really covered printing yet, but this is a very popular keyboard shortcut. Control P is going to jump us across to that Backstage Area and into the print page where we can then select our printing options. Remember, to come out of this Backstage Area, we can press the Escape key. So those are some of the ones that I use all the time. Now, if you're somebody who finds it maybe difficult to work with a mouse, I know some people who have wrist injuries really struggle working with a mouse and very much prefer to do the majority of their work using the keyboard. Now, if you're one of those people and you want to navigate entirely around Excel using just the keyboard and really cutting down on the amount of times that you're using the mouse, this next shortcut is going to be super useful to you. If you press the Alt key on your keyboard, notice what happens to my ribbons. I get a special shortcut key assigned to all of the tabs, the search area, the items on my quick access toolbar, so on and so forth. So maybe I decide that I want to insert a shape into this worksheet. And I know that shapes are on the Insert ribbon. Instead of clicking on Insert with my mouse, I could use the assigned letter. So I can see that that is N. If I press N, it's going to jump me to that Insert ribbon, and I get a whole new set of keyboard shortcuts. So I want to go to Shapes. I can see the key combination there is SH. So I'm going to press SH, and it's going to drop down that Shapes menu. What I can then do is use my arrow keys to move down and select the shape that I want to use. So it could be any of these. I'm going to go with a rectangle. And all I need to do to select this is press the Enter key on my keyboard, and it's going to insert my shape. If I want to nudge this or move this off of my data set, instead of using my mouse to drag it, I could use my arrow keys, which is going to move this shape along. So you can pretty much navigate and execute actions entirely using your keyboard. So don't forget about that Alt option. And if you find yourself in here and you want to come out of this setting, just press Alt again to get rid of those letters. And finally, if you're really interested in keyboard shortcuts and you'd like to know the full comprehensive list of all of them available in Excel, and as I said, there are hundreds, then your best bet is to go to the help file. And this in itself has a keyboard shortcut. So if we press the F1 key, this is going to pop open Excel help. And again, we do have an entire lesson on how to access help, but just to show you, if we just type in keyboard shortcuts and hit enter, it's going to search the help files. The top option here will show us all of the keyboard shortcuts available in Excel. So if I click this, it's going to open up this little pane, and if I scroll down, the keyboard shortcuts are divided down into different topics. So if I go to frequently used shortcuts, I'm going to see what all of those are. So some of these we've already used: close a workbook, Control W, open, Control O, save, Control S, cut, copy, paste, undo, that one that you're going to be using all the time. So this is a great little reference guide if you are super keen on using shortcuts as opposed to using your mouse to click on commands. To finish off this introductory section, I just want to make sure you know where to go if you ever need help when you're working in Excel. Because let's face it, we all need a little bit of help sometimes. It might be that you're not sure what a particular command does. Or maybe you know the command that you want to use, but you don't know which ribbon it's located on. Or maybe you just want to do some additional reading about a command so that you know if it's going to be fit for purpose. And there are a few different ways that we can get help in Excel. Now, two of them we've already kind of had a little look at. The most basic way to get some help is by hovering over any of the commands in this ribbon. These screen tips in themselves are help. If you just want to know what a command does, the screen tips are going to show you this information. For example, I'm hovered over Merge and Center. I can see underneath a short description, and it tells me that if I click this button, it's going to combine and center the contents of the selected cells in a new, larger cell. This is a great way to create a label that spans multiple columns. And if I want any more information, if I want a bit more detail, notice that I have this little Tell Me More link at the bottom. If I click this, it's going to jump straight into the Excel help files and to the exact place in these help files that I need. So now I get help on merge and unmerge cells. And notice in here I have a little tutorial video that I can play, and then underneath I have some instructional text that walks me through the process step by step of how to merge cells and also unmerge cells. So these screen tips are a really great way to get a quick look at what it does. And if you need more information, you have the Tell Me More link at the bottom. And you'll notice that you have this for all of these commands. Conditional formatting, I have a Tell Me More link. If I go to font color, I have a Tell Me More link. So a really nice way of getting to help. Now these help files can also be accessed by pressing the F1 key on your keyboard. And if you have the help ribbon showing at the top, notice that the first command on here is basically what you get when you press the F1 key. It's exactly the same thing. We do have some other options on this help ribbon as well. So if you're in the US, you might want to use this contact support option. Now I'm in the UK and unfortunately, this feature isn't supported if you're outside the US. We have a feedback section. So this is where we can provide some feedback to Microsoft, maybe about features that we think could be improved. We have a show training section. So this is super useful if you're looking for a little bit of training in the form of video files. You can come into here and you can search for what it is that you're looking for. So maybe I want to find a video that's going to show me how to format a table. I can click on the link to format an Excel table. I will say there isn't a video for everything that you search for, but at the very least you will get step-by-step instructions. Now we also have a group here called Community, and these are going to take you to external websites. So if we click on the Community command, it's going to open up a web browser and jump me straight across to the Microsoft Excel community. And this is where I can come to get some really good information. I can become a member, I can start discussions. So if I have a particular issue, I could post it here and get help from the Excel community. So a really nice little option there. I could choose Excel blog. Again, this is going to jump me across to the Microsoft web page and to the blog specifically about Excel. And blog posts are posted here on a frequent basis, and it's a great place to come if you're interested in keeping up to date with new things in Excel and you're somebody who enjoys reading blog posts. And then finally, we have the Suggest a Feature button, which again allows you to make some suggestions to Microsoft. Now, aside from all of these options for help, we have a couple of other options. Now, notice at the top of the screen, we have a search bar. Now, if you're clicked somewhere down here on your Excel spreadsheet and you want to quickly jump up to that search area, notice the keyboard shortcut Alt-Q. It's going to pull your cursor up to the top. So what I can do here is I can search for something in Excel. So maybe I want to know how to format a table again. And what this will do is it will find if what I've typed is a command that exists in Excel. So format as a table is an actual command, and it's listed up here, and it basically jumps me straight to the command that I need. It also gives me some other selections that are similar to what I've typed. It's also going to show me any Excel files I have that contain the words format a table. And if I want to get some help on this, I can also get help from here simply by clicking Get Help on Format a Table. And it's going to pop open that help area again. Now, the final way that you can get help is what we call contextual help. So let me show you an example. If I click the diagonal arrow in the bottom corner of this font group, notice that in this Format Cells dialog box, I have a little question mark icon. I have a question mark symbol. And if I hover my mouse over this symbol, it says help. And what this does is it provides contextual help. So because I'm in the Format Cells dialog box, clicked on the Font tab, when I click on Help from here, it's going to find me help related to the Font dialog box, which is where I currently am. So that option is a great way of getting contextual help. Notice that if I do the same thing in this alignment group, which is basically the Format Cells dialog box again, we're just on a different tab. If I click the question mark this time, it's going to open up a web page and take me to the correct page of help information. So those are all of the ways that you can obtain help when you're working in Excel. It's now time for us to do our first exercise of the course, exercise 1. And in this exercise, I'd like you to practice the skills that you've learnt in this section. So first, I would like you to launch Excel. And I would also like you to pin Excel to the taskbar to make it easy to access. Once you've done that, I would like you to customize the Quick Access toolbar and add the following 3 commands: Autosum, wrap text, and fill. I'd then like you to add a separator to the Quick Access toolbar. And then the final thing I'd like you to do is to practice creating a blank workbook using the keyboard shortcut. See how you get along with that? And if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to launch Excel and then pin it to the taskbar. Now I'm using Windows 11, so I'm going to jump down to my search, type in Excel. There it is in the list. I'm going to right click on the application and choose to pin to taskbar. Now that I have it pinned to the taskbar, I can simply click on the icon to launch Excel. The next thing I asked you to do was to customize the Quick Access toolbar and add the commands Autosum, wrap text, and fill. So let's jump across to the Formulas tab, find Autosum, right click, add to Quick Access toolbar. Let's go to Home, find Wrap Text, right-click, Add to Quick Access Toolbar, and the final one is also on the Home ribbon, right-click, Add to Quick Access Toolbar. I then asked you to add a separator to the commands on the QAT, and I don't really mind where you place this separator, but to do this you need to go into File, into Options, and Quick Access Toolbar. And from here we're going to select the separator at the top and click Add, and then we can move it into position using our up and down arrows. And the final thing I asked you to do in this exercise is to create a blank workbook using the keyboard shortcut. So all we need to do here is press Ctrl N. Sometimes it can be a little bit daunting if you're asked to put together a spreadsheet from scratch. If you're faced with just a blank workbook and your manager asks you to create a budget spreadsheet or maybe something like an invoice, you might not really know where to start. And that is where templates can be your best friend. A template is simply a pre-built spreadsheet. It contains formatting, formulas, and lots of other items. And the great thing about Excel is that we have a whole host of inbuilt templates that we can use for free. So if we want to find our templates, let's jump up to the File menu to go into that Backstage area, and let's jump down to New. Now, if we scroll down to the lower half of this page, notice we have a tab at the top that says Office and one that says Personal. Now, I'm going to get into what Personal is in a moment. Let's now concentrate on this Office section. This is where you're going to find all of your templates. And all of the templates in Excel are organized into different categories to make them easier for you to find. And you'll notice just under that search bar at the top where it says search for online templates, we have some suggested search categories. So for example, if I was looking for some kind of budget template, I could click on the budgets link just here. It's going to search through all of the inbuilt templates in Excel and just present me with the ones that are related to budgets. And you can see in there we can go through and take a look for the one that most suits our needs. For example, I have some monthly company budget templates. We have a wedding expense budget, college budget, holiday planner budget, so on and so forth. Let's click the back arrow to go back to the main template page. What I can also do is I can search for templates as well using the search bar at the top. So maybe I need to create an invoice. I don't want to do it from scratch, so I'm going to search to see if Excel has any invoice templates that I can use. And you can see that yes, we do. We have quite a few in here. So once you find a template that you want to use, and I think I'm just going to choose this simple invoice template, let's click it once. it opens up a little window that gives me a little bit of information about this template. It also tells me who is providing this template, in this case Microsoft, and I also get to see the download size as well. And I can check in that preview to make sure that this is the template that I want to select. Notice that I have arrows either side, so if I want to scroll through and take a look at some other templates, I can definitely do that as well. Now I'm pretty happy with this template, so I'm just going to click the big old green Create button in the middle there. And that is going to load up that template into the main window of Excel. Now, one thing to notice here is if you look up in that title bar, you can see that it just says Simple Invoice 1. And that is the name of this actual template. And the cool thing about these templates is that they are reusable. So if I was to come into here and make some changes, so maybe I need to change the company name. Let's just change that to IT Train Now. If I try and save this template, it's going to ask me to save it under a new file name. So effectively, I can't overwrite this template, which means that if I want to reuse this, I can just go into File New and reselect it again. Now, all of the elements of these templates can be customized, so if you don't particularly like the colors that are in use here, you can change things like that by simply using your formatting tools at the top. Also notice that all of these fields are editable. I can just double click in them if I want to add information. And also notice that I have some formulas included in this template as well. So if I click on cell G9, if you take a look up in the formula bar, you can see there's already a formula in that cell. And what this is basically going to do is when I start adding in line items, it's automatically going to calculate. So if I add in the line item, let's just add something in. I'm going to put in webinar. We've got 1. The unit price is 250 and there's no discount. Notice that it automatically totals for me. So by using this template, I've saved so much time because it means that I don't have to hash out the main structure of this invoice myself. I don't have to add formulas. I don't have to add formatting. Now, once I've finished editing this, I have two options when it comes to saving. And I'm going to talk a bit more about this when we get into the lesson related to saving, but I could choose just to save this as a regular Excel workbook, or I could choose to save this as a template file. And in fact, I can save any workbook that I create as a template file if I want to. So maybe, let's delete out what we've added in here. Maybe I make some changes to this template. So let's just change the background fill at the top here. I'm going to change that to this dark red color. Maybe I've made some other changes. Maybe I've added my company logo, something like that. And now maybe going forward, I always want to use this template, which I've now customized a little bit, instead of starting from the blank invoice template every single time. So if I want to use my customized template, I would need to save this as a template file. So if I jump up to File and go down to Save As, I'm going to browse for a location to save this in. And for the time being, I'm just going to save this on my desktop. But what I need to do here is I need to give it a name. So maybe I want to call this Train IT Now Invoice Template. But I need to change the type of file that I'm saving it as. So instead of just saving it as a regular Excel worksheet, I want to save this as a template file. And you'll see if we click the drop down just here, we have this file type .xltx, which is an Excel template file. Now notice that as soon as I change this save as file type, it jumps me to an entirely different folder. If you remember, I had selected my desktop to save this to. As soon as I change this, I am now in the Custom Office Templates folder. And this is the default folder where Microsoft saves any templates that you create. Now you could choose to override this and go back and save it to whichever folder you prefer, but there is one big advantage of saving it into the default folder. So let's click on Save. I can now see that that file name has changed, and I'm going to close down this template. And for this, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control W. Now, if I want to reuse that template, if I go to File and down to New, this is what this personal section is for at the bottom. So when you save a template into the default templates folder, it's going to save it to personal in here. And it just means that any template that you create, you can access very quickly from this personal section. And you can see there is my template on the end here, Train IT Now Invoice Template. If I'd chosen to save this template to my desktop, as opposed to in the Custom Templates folder, I wouldn't be able to select it from this personal section. So I'll leave that up to you to determine if you want to save it in here or if you have a specific folder that you'd like to save your templates into, but just be aware of that distinction because saving it into personal makes it so much easier to access. Let's just click to open this again. It's now opened my template with my customizations. I can update this file, maybe for a new client, and then I could choose to just save this as a regular Excel file if I need to send that to the client, and then reuse my template again for the next client. So templates are definitely worth checking out if you want to get a head start on spreadsheet creation. As I mentioned previously, every workbook in Excel can contain numerous different worksheets. And you can have up to 255 worksheets per workbook. So that is a lot of data. So you have the potential to have a lot of data stored within each workbook. The workbook is the overall container that houses the worksheets. So if we take a look at my workbook, this workbook is currently unsaved, but the workbook is called Book 1. And currently I have one worksheet in this workbook called Sheet 1. And you can see that as a tab at the bottom of the screen. And it's fundamental to your understanding of basic Excel to know how to work with your worksheets. So let's take a look at some of the basic things that are important to know. Each worksheet in your workbook contains a grid structure of what we call cells. Each workbook contains columns represented by letters and rows represented by numbers. And these rows and columns, where they intersect, we have what we refer to as cells. And it's in these cells where we type all of our information. And each cell can contain numerous different types of data. It might be that we're typing text into a cell, or it could be that we're typing numbers into a cell. We can type things like percentages into cells, or even dates. And everything you type into a cell in a worksheet can be formatted so that it looks exactly as you want it to look. And as we already know, we identify different cells in a worksheet by using the cell reference. So where the column and the row intersect, we get our cell reference. So currently I'm clicked on cell G5. And it's these cell references that are used consistently throughout Excel when we're building things like formulas, and pretty much when we're doing anything in Excel, it all relates to the cell reference. Now, when it comes to your different worksheets, you'll notice that when you create a new blank workbook in Excel, you're just going to get a default worksheet that's called Sheet 1. And each worksheet contains over 1 million rows. If I click in cell A1 and press Control down arrow, that's going to jump me down to the very last row in this workbook. So you can see there just over 1 million. Control up arrow to jump to the top. If I do Control right arrow, it's going to jump me to the last column. And there are just over 16,000 columns in one worksheet. Control left arrow to jump back to cell A1. So what that means is that within each worksheet, we have roughly 17 billion cells, and we have the potential to fill all of those with data. Now, this is not something I would advise when you start getting into spreadsheets that are that large. You're probably going to find Excel starts to slow down greatly. But just be aware of the potential amount of data that you can squeeze into every worksheet. Now, what about managing different worksheets? Well, again, if we go down to the bottom where we have Sheet 1, this isn't a particularly meaningful name. It's rather generic. So what I would probably do here is immediately rename this worksheet to make it a little bit more meaningful, depending on what I have on this worksheet. Now, I don't have anything at the moment, but let me just show you how you can rename your worksheets. If you right-click on the tab, it's going to pull up that contextual menu, and we have a number of different worksheet-related menu items in here. And one of them is Rename. You can now see sheet 1 is highlighted, and I can just go in and call it something else. It's also worth noting that to rename, you can simply double-click on the tab, and it will let you rename that way as well. Let's right-click again and take a look at some of these other options. Now, if I want to insert another worksheet in this workbook, I have an Insert option just here. It's going to ask me what I want to insert. The first option that's highlighted is Worksheet, so I'm just going to click on OK, and now I get a brand new worksheet. Now, a much quicker way of doing exactly the same thing is simply to click on the plus just here. So when I click on plus, I get yet another worksheet. And once again, I can right-click and I can rename. So let's call this one Calculations. Let's right-click and call this one Tables, and hit enter. If I want to reorder my worksheet, so maybe Summary needs to be the first worksheet in this workbook, I can simply drag and drop. So let's click on Summary, drag it over. Notice I get that little down-facing black arrow, which is going to show me where this tab will be placed when I let go of my mouse. Let's let go to reorganize those tabs. Let's right-click again. I have a Move or Copy option in here. So from here, what I could do is I could choose to move or copy this particular worksheet to a completely different workbook that I have open. Now, I don't currently have another workbook open, I just have book 1, but if I was to select New Book and click OK, it's going to move the Summary tab to a brand new Excel workbook. If I want to create a copy as opposed to moving it, I would need to make sure I select Create a Copy. If I click on OK now, what you'll see is that I now have a new book at the top, book 2, which contains that Summary tab. Now I don't need this, so I'm going to do Control W to close this down. Let's right-click one more time, and on the subject of moving and copying, if I want to make a copy of a worksheet within the same workbook, I can simply hold down my Control key, drag and drop, and it's going to make an exact copy of that worksheet. And it will copy across all of the data contained on that worksheet as well. And of course, we can right-click and delete any worksheets that we no longer need. Another cool thing to do is to change the tab color of the different worksheets and essentially color code your workbook. This is particularly useful if you are working on a large project where you have numerous different tabs. Grouping them together using colors is a really nice visual way of adding some structure to your worksheet and letting people know that these tabs are related. So if we right-click, we have tab color just here. I can choose green from the palette, and maybe tables and calculations are related, but summary isn't. So maybe I want to make the other two tabs exactly the same blue color. And one final little tip before we move on, if you're interested in knowing the keyboard shortcut to quickly insert a new tab, it is Shift F11. Let's move this by dragging and dropping. I'm going to right click and change the color to blue, and then I'm going to rename this to Pivot and hit enter. So far in this course, we've been working away inside different workbooks, but I haven't yet shown you how to save your workbooks. So let's take a look at that now. Now, most of us are familiar with saving documents and spreadsheets. And I will say that if you're used to saving documents in other Microsoft applications, such as Word and PowerPoint, then this is pretty much exactly the same. Now, there are a few different methods that you can use when it comes to saving workbooks in Excel 2021. And there is a fundamental difference between Excel for Microsoft 365 and the new Excel 2021 version. If you're used to using Microsoft 365 or specifically Excel in Microsoft 365, you may have noticed that in the Quick Access toolbar there is an Auto Save slider. And basically what this means is that as you work away in your worksheets, Excel is constantly saving your workbook. And the cool thing about that is that it means you are very unlikely to lose any work if Excel was to unexpectedly crash. Now, in Excel 2021, because this is a standalone version and not a cloud version, we don't have the auto-save toggle. So this means that you need to save your document or your workbook as you're working. Now, of course, we do have some backup to that. There are autosave capabilities within Excel 2021, which I'll show you in a moment. But just be aware of that fundamental difference if you are coming to this course after using Microsoft 365. Now, when it comes to saving, you have a few different options. We have a Save button on the Quick Access toolbar. And you can see as I hover over that, you can also see the shortcut key for Save, which is Control S. And that is probably the quickest way to save your workbook as you're working. I know that for me, I am now in the habit of periodically, sort of every 5 minutes or so, just quickly doing Control S to make sure that everything that I'm doing is saved. Also notice we have a save icon up in that title bar. And if we go to the File tab to jump into that Backstage area, we also have Save and Save As in here. Now, what is the difference between these two? Well, you would use Save As if this is the first time that you're saving your workbook. So if you create a new blank workbook, as we have done here, it's going to be assigned the generic name of Book 1, Book 2, Book 3, so on and so forth. So effectively, when I save this, I'm going to be saving it for the first time. So I would need to do File, Save As. Now the thing is here that if I was just to press Control S to save, it's going to basically ask me to save as anyway. The same thing is going to happen if I go to File and down to Save as opposed to Save As. It's going to jump me across to the Save As tab anyway because it's the first time I'm saving. So now from here I can browse to a location where I want to save this file. Now I'm going to save all of my course files on my desktop. And I would recommend that for the purpose of this course, you find a location like your desktop or maybe even My Documents. Create yourself a little folder and call it something along the lines of Course Files, just so you have somewhere to save all of these files that we're creating during this course. So I've created a brand new little folder. Let's double click to open it up. And now I can give my file a name. Now, when it comes to naming files, a lot of people like to use some kind of naming convention. And it might be that within your business, you have a standard way that you name files. For example, if you're saving an invoice, you might start all file names with IMV and then maybe the date and then the invoice number, something like that. Now for this first file, because it is our first one, I'm just going to call it My First Workbook. Now by default, if you want to save an Excel file, the file extension is .xlsx. And you can see that underneath, that is the default file extension that it's giving me. And basically the main point of file extensions is really to help identify what type of file this is. For example, if I'm in File Explorer, and I double click to open a file with the file extension .xlsx, File Explorer knows that that's an Excel file and it needs to launch Excel. Now in this Save As type, if we click, you can see that we have so many different file types that we can save our workbooks as. And we will dip in and out of some of these as we go through the course. In fact, in the last lesson, we briefly took a look at saving files as Excel templates. But for the time being, we just want to save this as a regular default Excel file. So let's just click on the Save button. Now, as soon as I do that, it jumps me back to my workbook. And you can now see in the title bar, it's updated to say My First Workbook. So now I can go in and I can start to work. So maybe I'm just typing some numbers into this workbook. And if I want to save as I go along, I can press Control S, keyboard shortcut, or I can click the Save button on the Quick Access toolbar. Now, what about if I've been working for 2 to 3 hours and I've just completely forgotten to save? If that does happen, I have the potential to lose quite a lot of work if I accidentally close down Excel or maybe it unexpectedly crashes. So to help with this, we have some auto-save options that we should be reviewing before we really start working in Excel. And we'll find those options underneath the File tab. And if we go all the way down to Options at the bottom, notice in here we have a page specifically related to saving Excel workbooks. Now it's this section just here that you want to double check. I can see here that I'm saving files by default in the standard Excel format, which is perfect. And then underneath I have this little checkbox selected, Save Auto Recover Information Every, and then I have mine set to 5 minutes. Now you could choose to take this down to 1 minute, 2 minutes, or even take it up to 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But that basically means that if Excel does crash and you haven't saved it, you're really only going to lose up to 5 minutes of work because Excel is going to auto-save every 5 minutes. Also note that I have checked underneath, keep the last auto-recovered version if I close without saving. So what does that exactly mean? Well, let's click on OK. I'm going to make a few further changes to this workbook. I'm just going to add some numbers in here. And I'm not going to save, but I'm going to just close this workbook. Now notice it says want to save your changes to myfirstworkbook.xlsx. So it's recognized that I have unsaved changes and has prompted me to save. So I can now choose to save or don't save. Now I'm going to click cancel here. Now sometimes if Excel crashes, it's not going to pop up that message. But because we've chosen to auto recover, the next time we open Excel, we're going to get a message at the top saying that files have been auto recovered and we're going to get the chance to restore them. And in that scenario, what I could also do is go to File, into Info, and underneath this Manage Workbook area, I have an option to recover unsaved workbooks. So this is going to pop me to a folder where any unsaved files are stored. And you can see that I have one in here. So this is one I was working on yesterday, I think. And my laptop actually ran out of power and just closed itself down. So you can see that Excel has actually recovered that book just there. If I want to reopen that, I can just by clicking the Open button. So the main takeaways here are the different methods you can use to save your file, how you can save as into a folder, and also how you can review your auto save and auto recover options. All different types of data can be entered into cells in an Excel worksheet. We can enter text. We can enter numbers, decimal numbers, percentages, formulas, and many other data types. So let's take a look at some of the basic things you need to know when it comes to entering and editing data in cells. So currently I am in my first workbook and I'm clicked on the Calculations tab. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up to cell B3 and I'm going to type in the word months. So to type into a cell, simply select the cell and start typing. Now notice as I type into the cell, the word that I've typed also appears in the formula bar. So anytime you click on a cell that contains numbers or text, you're going to see the contents of that cell also reflected in the formula bar. And you could, in fact, if we just backspace out of here, if I wanted to use the formula bar instead of typing into the cell, I could click up in the formula bar, type the same thing, and it's going to enter it into the cell. Now, one thing to note here is once you've finished typing in your piece of data into the cell, you have a couple of different options. If I press the Enter key, the cursor is going to move down to the cell below, ready for me to type in my next piece of data. Now, if I type into a cell and I want to stay in the same cell, I can press Control Enter and it's going to leave my cursor there. And that's particularly useful in many, many different scenarios. If I want to type something in the cell to the right of where I've typed Jan, I can simply press the Tab key, or I could use my mouse to click on the cell. I can also use my arrow keys to navigate horizontally and vertically in a spreadsheet. Now that I have Jan in here underneath the heading Months, what I effectively want to do is I want to list out all of the months of the year. So what I could do, I guess, is go through and just type them all in. There aren't that many, so it's not going to take too long. But we have a special little tool in Excel which recognizes certain standard patterns. So things like months of the year and days of the week. So if I just delete out, and I'm just highlighting both of those cells and pressing the delete key on my keyboard, what I could do is use my autofill handle to fill the rest of these months into the worksheet. Now the autofill handle is this tiny little solid green square in the bottom right hand corner of the cell. If I hover my mouse over it, you can see that it changes to a small black cross. So what I can do now is click and start to drag down, and notice the screen tip. It's telling me what it's going to fill into the cell when I let go. So I can drag this all the way down to December, let go, and I haven't had to type those in. Excel has done all the hard work for me. So Excel recognizes certain patterns. If I go to cell C3 and type in days and hit enter, and now type in Monday, this would be a good example of when I want to stay in the same cell because I want to use that little autofill handle again. Control Enter to stay in the cell, and then I can drag down and complete the days of the week. So a really nice quick way to get that information into a spreadsheet. We could also do this with things like dates. So if you need to type in lots of dates, let's just say the 1st of the 1st, 2021, I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the cell. And if I drag down, you can see it goes up by different days. And just a quick point to note here for all of our American viewers, I'm actually using the British format for my dates. We do switch around the day and the month, so if that's confusing you a little bit, that is why. Now, what about if I type in something like, let's say, week number? Now, the first thing to note here is that week number kind of breaches the boundaries of column E. You can see it looks like it's spilling across into column F. Well, in fact, it actually is all contained within cell E3, but it's too wide for the current width of the cell. So in this type of scenario, you're going to probably want to resize the width of column E to accommodate the full length of the text. And there's a very quick way that we can do this. If we hover our mouse over the boundary between column E and column F and double click, that's going to auto fit that column to the width of the longest item in the column. And that is a really useful little trick. You can also apply that trick to multiple columns. So if I select all of these columns, again, I can double click and it's going to resize or auto fit those columns. Now, what about if I type in numbers? Well, if I start to type in 1, 2, 3, I could carry on going, but again, I could use my autofill to make this even more useful. So what I could do here is select all of those numbers, carry on dragging down, and you can see that it's going to fill in the rest of them for me. And a bit later on in this course, when we talk about autofill, I'm going to show you an even quicker way to fill in lots of different numbers. So if you need to type into an Excel spreadsheet numbers 1 to 10,000, there is a very quick way of doing that. Now, what about if I want to go back and edit cells? So maybe I want to change where it says Jan to January. Well, again, there's a couple of different ways that I can do this. I can click on the cell and double click my mouse, and that's going to put me in edit mode. And I can now just go in and change that to January and hit enter. And for this, I think I'm probably going to want to widen out this column, and I can actually drag this and customize how wide I have that column. Another way that I can edit cells is to press the F2 key on my keyboard, which again puts me into edit mode, and I can simply jump in there and edit. The third way I can edit is to go up to the formula bar and make any changes I need to from up there as well. And now that I have these all in long format, I'm going to select them all and re-drag down, and it's going to switch or autofill the rest of those long format months. Now, other common ways for getting data into your worksheet is to import data from other worksheets or other sources. You can even import things from Word or PowerPoint if you wanted to, using copy and paste. And you can even copy and paste things from one part of your workbook to another part of your workbook. So for example, if I now wanted this little column of data here where we have the months, if I wanted to copy that and paste it over here in column L, I can simply do that using copy and paste. So I'm going to select all of these months. Up on the home ribbon, you can see in the clipboard group, we have options for cut, copy, and paste. And all three of these have keyboard shortcuts, Control X, Control C, and then Control V. So it's up to you which method you use. And the difference between cut and copy is that cut will move and copy will copy. So I'm going to click copy. Notice that as soon as I click, that cell range now has those marching ants around the outside to show that I've selected and I'm about to copy. I can then click in cell L3 and I can click the paste button to paste that information in. Remember, if you want to deactivate this selection that you've made, just press the escape key. Now, cut, copy and paste works across the Microsoft applications. So if I have something in Word that I want to bring into Excel, I can do that by using copy and paste as well. So here I just have Hello World in a Word document. I can select it. I can use the same tools on the Home tab. I can copy. Let's go back to Excel. I can choose a cell and then I can simply click the paste button to paste that text in. And of course, if I want to, I can reformat this so it matches the font of everything else in my workbook. So currently I can see that this is Calibri font and the rest of my workbook is in Arial. So I can simply go in and also change this to Arial. Now, the final thing that's worth noting here is that if you're going to use the formula bar to enter data in, so for example, if I select, let's select cell C4, if I want to change this to Monday, I can do that up in the formula bar and I can simply type in Monday. Notice that I also have a little tick and a cross next to the formula bar. And the tick is basically the same as pressing the Enter key. If I decide I want to cancel and just go back to the word mun, I could click on the cross to cancel. So in this case, I'm happy with this. Let's click the tick, which is basically the same as clicking enter. And I'm now going to drag down to change all of those to the long version of the day. Another important thing to know when you're learning Excel is how you can make different selections in your worksheet. Now for this example, we're going to switch to another workbook that contains a lot more data. Now before we do that, let's just very quickly give my first workbook a save. So I'm going to press Control S just to save those changes. So now what we're going to do is we're going to flip across to a larger data set that contains sales data. And you'll find this file saved in the Course Files folder. Now notice here, this is standard sales data. We have some column headings running across the top, and then we have our data. And this data set is reasonably large, at least a lot larger than the ones that we've been working on in previous lessons. And if I press Control down arrow, as we know, that jumps us to the last row of our data, you can see that I have just over 21,500 rows. Control up arrow is going to jump me to the top. Also remember, when it comes to navigating, if I press Control right arrow, it's going to jump me to the last column of data, and Control right arrow will jump me to the first column. Now, there are lots of different ways that you can make selections in Excel. And a basic cell selection would be simply clicking on a cell in our worksheet. If we want to select more than one cell, we can simply click and drag our mouse to select the cell range that we're interested in. So maybe I want to apply some formatting to the column headings in this worksheet. I can make my selection just by clicking and dragging. And then I can go up to my font formatting area. I'm going to click the font color drop down and I'm going to change this to a red font. So cell selections are very straightforward. Simply click, drag to make your selection. Now notice here, all of the selections that I've been making using this method are cells that are all next to each other. What about if I want to select what we call non-contiguous cells, so cells that aren't next to each other? Well, what I could do here is select the first few cells, hold down my Control key and then make another selection, hold down my Control key again and make another selection, and just keep doing that. So the addition of the Control key when you're selecting cells will allow you to select cells which aren't necessarily next to each other. And if I wanted to apply formatting to all of these cells, for example bold, I can simply click bold and I get the effect that I want. Now I don't want these to be in bold, so let's just toggle our bold back off. Now what about if I want to make a selection in my worksheet of an entire column of data? So for example, in column H, where we have some sales figures, I have some numbers. They're currently unformatted, as in they don't have any currency symbols or decimal places or anything like that. What about if I want to change the format of all of the sales figures in here? Do I really want to be clicking and dragging my mouse down 27,000 rows in order to select this cell range? Well, no, not really. It's not the most time-efficient way to do this. What I could do instead is click in the first cell, H2, and press the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift down arrow, and that's going to select every cell downwards that I have in my dataset. Now that I've made that selection, I can simply go in and apply some currency formatting. And we haven't really spoken a great deal about number formatting so far in this course. So I am going to jump ahead very slightly here. So just above in this number group, I can click the drop down and I'm going to say that I want this formatted as a currency. And you can see how that affects those numbers. So don't forget that very useful keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift down arrow to make a selection of all of the data in the column. Now so far we've been very much focused on making cell selections. But cell selections aren't the only things that we can select when we're working in Excel. For example, maybe I want to make a column selection, or maybe I want to select an entire row. So this is very straightforward. If I want to select a column, I can simply hover my mouse over the top of the column where we have the letter. Notice that I get a little black downward facing arrow, and if I click, that is going to select the entire column. And I mean it's going to select the entire column, as in it's going to select every single cell in that column all the way down to the bottom of the workbook. If I want to select multiple columns, again, I can simply drag my mouse across to make multiple selections. If I want to select columns that aren't next to each other, again, I just add in that Control key when I click. And the same works for making row selections. I can hover my mouse over the row until I get the right pointing black arrow. I can click to select one row. I can click and drag to select multiple rows, or I can add in that Control key to select non-contiguous rows. It's also worth noting that you can make selections just using your keyboard. So if I'm clicked in cell A2 and I want to select all of the data in this particular row, if I hold down Shift and then use my arrow keys, it's going to allow me to select that data. If I keep Shift held down and use my down arrow key, it's going to go down the rows. I can use my up arrow to refine my selection further. And then the final thing that's worth pointing out about making selections is Select All. And Select All functions differently depending on where you're clicked in your worksheet. So if I'm clicked within my data and I press Control A, which is the keyboard shortcut for Select All, it's going to select all of the data that it finds surrounding where I'm currently clicked. Now, if I was clicked on a blank cell somewhere else in the worksheet, so not within my actual data, and I press Control A, it's going to select every single cell in my worksheet. Now I find myself using Control A with inside my data all the time. If I want to format this data as a table, or maybe I want to add borders or something like that, I'll find myself making this selection, and then from there I can go up and maybe add a border around the outside of every single cell. It just makes this entire process a lot quicker. So that is how you can make basic cell, row, and column selections when you're working in your worksheets. So guys, it's time for exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice the skills that we've learned in this section. So the first thing I'd like you to do is create a template. So I'd like you to search for the keyword invoice in the template library. I'd like you to open one of the invoice templates, and I'll leave it up to you to decide which one you want to open. And I'd like you to save it as invoice template with the correct template file extension. And I want you to make sure that you save it to the default templates folder. Once you've done that, I'd like you to create a new blank workbook. I'd like you to rename Sheet 1 to Summary, and then add 3 more worksheets. And then rename each of those worksheets to Sales Data, Calculations, and Charts. Next, we're going to practice entering data into our worksheets. So on the Sales Data worksheet, in cell A1, I'd like you to type in a title that says Sales Data for 2020. I'd like you to format that title, so make sure that the font size is 14 points and it's in bold. Then, in cells A3 to C3, I'd like you to enter the headings Month, Revenue, and Profit. And then in cell A4, enter the word Jan. I'd then like you to use the fill handle to copy down the months February and March. And then finally, I'd just like you to add some values for revenue and profit like I have in the screenshot. And then the final thing we need to do for this exercise is simply save this Excel workbook. So I'd like you to create a folder on your desktop and name it Excel Practice Files. And then save the workbook as Exercise 02 Practice. That's it, guys. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is search for an invoice template in the template library. So let's go to File and down to New. I'm going to scroll down to my templates, and in the search box, I'm going to type in invoice and hit enter. Now, I didn't mind which one of these you chose, so I'm just going to choose this first one just here. Let's double click to open it up and load it into Excel. Next, I asked you to save this as a template file into the default templates folder. So we're going to say File, Save As. Let's click on Browse, and remember we need to change the Save As type to an Excel template. Now that is automatically going to jump us across to the correct folder, and I'm just going to call this invoice_template and click on Save. Next, I asked you to create a brand new blank workbook, so Control N to do that. We're going to rename Sheet 1 to Summary, so we can double click and type in the word Summary. I then asked you to add 3 more sheets, so let's click the plus once, twice, 3 times, and then rename these worksheets to Sales Data, Calculations, and the final one is going to be Charts. We're then going to switch to the Sales Data tab, and in cell A1 we're going to add a title. So this is Sales Data for 2020. We're going to format this font so that it is 14 points and also bold. And then in cells A3 to C3, we're going to type in some headings: Month, Revenue, and Profit. And then underneath, we're going to type the word Jan, Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and I'm going to use my Autofill handle just to fill down February and March. I then asked you just to enter some numbers into the revenue and profit fields. And again, I don't really mind what numbers you entered in here. And just to finish this off, I'm going to give these headings a bit of bold formatting, and we're also going to apply a background fill. Next, I asked you to create a folder on your desktop and call it Excel Practice Files. So all we need to do here is right-click our mouse, go to New and Folder. We'll call this Excel Practice Files and hit Enter. And then we're going to save this file into that folder. So let's go to Browse, to our desktop, and open up that new folder. And we're going to call this Exercise 02 _ Practice, and click on the Save button. It's now time for us to move on and concentrate on the exciting part of Excel, and that is formulas and functions. Formulas are really what Excel is most known for. And all formulas are, if you're not familiar with them, are basically calculations. And the most simple example of the type of formula that you can do in Excel is a sum calculation. And what I mean by that is just simply adding up a list of numbers in a worksheet. Now, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's fully explore what formulas and functions are, and I'll show you the basics of how they work. It's really important that you understand how formulas are constructed and the general layout and how they calculate before you can move on to more complex formulas. Now, you'll notice there that I've used the words formulas and functions kind of interchangeably, and in many respects that is absolutely fine. A formula is a calculation that uses Excel functions. And if you're wondering what a function is, well, if you take a look on your Formulas tab, notice here we have a function library. And there are over 500 functions in Excel that will help you construct very simple to very complex formulas. Each function is assigned to a specific group, so really whatever it is that you're trying to do determines which function you're going to use in your formula. Now, I will say that throughout your Excel career, you're probably never ever going to use all 500 formulas. A lot of them are very specialized and tailored towards specific industries like engineering or accounting. But there are definitely 15 to 20 formulas that you'll find yourself using all the time. And it's really important that you have knowledge of the basic formulas, or what I call the big 5 formulas in Excel. And that is what we're going to start out with in this section. So let's take a look at how formulas are constructed. Now, I'm working in the Formulas and Functions Explained workbook, and you'll find that in the Course Files folder. We have 3 tabs at the bottom, and I'm currently clicked on the Intro tab. So let's start out with a basic sum calculation where we're adding numbers together. If I have a couple of numbers in a worksheet, so let's just say I have 10 and 20 in here, and I now want to add both of these together, I could construct a very basic formula. Now, when you're typing in any formula into Excel, you must always start with an equals in the cell. That tells Excel that you want to type an actual formula as opposed to typing text into the cell. So if I want to add 10 and 20 together, I could type 10 plus 20. And when I hit enter, it's going to give me that correct answer of 30. Now, the way that I've done this, and if I click on this cell, you can see it in the formula bar, this isn't the most efficient way of working with numbers in Excel. Because what this means is that if either of these numbers above were to change, so let's change the 10 to a 5, the formula isn't going to update because I've hard-coded the numbers into the formula. A much better way of working with numbers when you're doing calculations is to use the cell references instead. So what I could type instead is equals F3 plus F4 and hit enter. So that gives me the answer of 25, but because I'm using the cell references, now when any of the numbers change in either of those cells, the formula is going to automatically update. So this cuts down on the amount of editing I'm having to do if numbers are constantly changing. So my first tip is always use cell references in your Excel formulas. So that is one way I could add up some numbers. But what if I have a much longer list of numbers like I have in this little table? I have some figures in here, let's just say they're sales figures for the months January to December for the year 2020. And I want to add them all up so that I get a total in cell C15. Well, what I could do here, I guess, is I could type in equals, and I could use the same method. I could select cell C3, plus, I could go to C4, plus, C5, plus, so on and so forth. But that's going to take me quite a bit of time. Imagine if I had 10,000 rows of data and I wanted to add up all of the numbers in 10,000 rows. Do I really want to go through and start individually selecting cells and separating them with a plus symbol? No, I don't. So this is where we could use an Excel function instead of just the cell references. So let's escape out of here because we're going to use the sum function instead. And sum is normally the first formula that everybody learns in Excel. Now notice as I typed in the word sum, I have a list of functions appear underneath. And this is something called IntelliSense. As I start to type in a formula, Excel searches through its massive function library to try and match what it is that I'm typing. So currently it's brought up all of the functions that have something to do with sum. Now the one that I want is the one at the top of this list. So I could press the Tab key simply to select it. Now notice what it's also done there. It's put in an open bracket or a parentheses if you're in the US. And brackets contain what we call our function arguments. That is the information that we need to provide to the function so it knows what to calculate. And you'll notice underneath we get a little bit of helper text. So it's telling me that I need to provide some numbers basically. What do I want to add up? So what I can do here is simply select the entire cell range that I want to add up. Now notice that I have two dots separating C3 and C14, which basically means cell range C3 to C14. Now if you've got an open bracket, you must always remember to close off as many brackets as you've opened. So now if I hit enter, it's very quickly used the sum function to add up everything in the cell range above. Now notice that I have a little green triangle in the left-hand corner of this cell. And I'm going to talk to you more about what exactly that is and why it's appearing when we talk about error checking. So now that we've seen our first very basic formula, I just want to talk to you in a bit further detail about operators. So let's jump across to the operator worksheet. Now when you're doing calculations in Excel, you can do additions, subtractions, multiplications, divisions, and other things. These are by no means all of the operators that we can use in Excel. They're just really the main four, and the four we're going to be focusing on in this section. So again, if I had a couple of numbers in some cells here, and I wanted to subtract these, what I could do is I could say Excel F5 minus F4, and that's going to give me my total. Similarly, I could do F5 multiplied, which is the asterisk symbol on your keyboard, by F4 to get a different total. And if I want to do a division, I can select the cell and we want to put a / in there and then select our other cell to perform that calculation. So don't forget about these different operators and make sure you know where to find those on your keyboard. Now, so far, we've been taking a look at very simple formulas in their structure. And what I mean by that is that we've just been adding, subtracting, multiplying two numbers together. Now, what about if I have a more complex calculation? So what if I wanted to type in something like 10 plus 2 divided by 2. What do you think the result of that calculation is going to be? Because in my mind, this calculation is doing 10 plus 2, which is going to be 12, divided by 2, which is going to give me 6. Now, if I press Enter, Excel comes back with 11. Now, why is it giving me a result of 11 as opposed to 6? Well, this has something to do with what we call the order of operations. And this is going to take you all the way back to maths class when you were at school. So let's jump across to the BODMAS worksheet. Now, in maths, we have the BODMAS principle or the BODMAS rule. And I know that the acronym for this rule is different in different countries. In some places it's referred to as PIDMAS, sometimes PEDMAS, but the rules are effectively exactly the same. So I've got 2 versions of it listed out here. And what this rule does is it tells us the order in maths that calculations are performed. So basically, anything that's in brackets within a calculation is going to be calculated first. It will then calculate the orders, so things like square roots. It will then do division, followed by multiplication, then addition, and then subtraction. So based on this rule, we can work out why we're getting the answer of 11 as opposed to 6. So if I go back to my BODMAS page, and let's just type this in again, 10 plus 2 divided by 2. So if we now look at the BODMAS rule, do I have anything in this formula in brackets? No, I don't. Do I have any orders? No, I don't. Do I have any divisions? Yes, I do. So Excel is going to do the division first. So in this case, 2 divided by 2, which gives us the answer of 1. It's then going to do any multiplications, additions, or subtractions, and we have an addition remaining. So then effectively what it's going to do is 10 plus 1, which is why we get the answer of 11. If I wanted this to calculate so that we have an answer of 6, the easiest thing to do here would be to put the 10 plus 2 within brackets, because then Excel is going to calculate 10 plus 2 first, and then it's going to do the division, which will give us an answer of 6. So this is a really important rule to get your head around because it runs through every single formula that you construct in Excel. In the last lesson, we started to take a look at the sum function. And as I said, the sum function is by far the most popular function in Excel and one you'll find yourself using all the time. And all the sum function does is it takes a range of numbers and it will add them together. And as you get into more complex formulas, you can use the sum function for many different things and combine it with other functions to make it really powerful. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves at this stage, but let's delve into the sum function in a little bit more detail. Now, once again, we have a very basic spreadsheet here. We have some years running across the top and some months of the year. And then we just have some random numbers here, possibly sales figures, something along those lines. And what we want to do is we basically want to complete the total for each of the different years. Now, as we've already seen, we can simply click in the cell, type in equals, and as we start to type in the word sum, it's going to come up in the list below. We can press Tab to put that first bracket in. And then all we need to do is select the list of numbers that we want to add up, in this case C3 to C14, close off the bracket and hit Enter to get our result. Once again, we have that little green triangle in the corner, and I'll explain what that is in a couple of moments. Now, there are other ways that we can perform this sum function. Now, it might be that when you're first starting to learn formulas, you don't particularly like typing functions directly into the cell. And I know that a lot of people who are new to Excel prefer to use the functions dialog box to construct their formulas. So let me just show you what that is, and then you can decide for yourself which method you prefer. So instead of typing equals sum into this cell, what I could do is jump up to this little FX button. And you'll notice here it says insert function. It's also worth noting that we have this button on the Formulas tab as well. It's this one just here with the keyboard shortcut of Shift F3. So when we click this, it's going to open up the Insert Function dialog box. And this is a really nice method to use if you're not entirely sure what the function name is that you need to use. You can see at the top here, you can search for any function available in Excel, or you can browse through the different categories of functions. Now I'm going to select all just here, because what I could do is I could type a brief description of what I want to do. So maybe if I just type in add numbers and click on go, it's going to pull up all of the functions that will help me do that. And I can see that one of them in there is the sum function. Now I can double click to select this, and it's basically going to open my function arguments. Now remember, when we're typing the function into the cell, these function arguments appear in that little screen tip underneath where we're typing. And this is basically exactly the same. It's just saying provide the numbers that you want me to add together. And you can see here it's made a good guess based on where I'm clicked as to the numbers that I want to add up, D2 to D14. And if I check my spreadsheet, that's not quite correct because D2 is actually a date. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove those numbers and make my selection again, which is D3 to D14. Notice it puts the formula in the cell for me, click on OK, and then I get my result. So that's another method you can use, not only with the sum function, but with any function that you're using in Excel, the functions dialog box. Now, another way that we can very quickly add up numbers is to use the Autosum button. Now, Autosum you're going to find on the Formulas tab in the Functions Library group, and this is one of those double-sided buttons. So I can click the top half or I can click the lower half. Now, if I click the lower half, it's going to show me the different functions that I can use Autosum with. So I can use it for other functions aside from sum. However, the default action for the Autosum button is to use the sum function. So that means I can just click the top half of this button. So if I do that, notice what happens. Again, it tries to select the data that it thinks I want to add up. And most of the time, this selection is fairly accurate. But again, if I look at my data, I can see that within this range that it's selected, it's also including the column heading, because effectively the column heading is also a number. Now, what I could do in this scenario is I can simply adjust my range. Notice I have these marching ants around the outside, and in the corner there, I have these little blue squares. As I hover my mouse over, it allows me to adjust the selection. So I'm going to move it down one cell, and then I can simply hit enter to complete my sum formula. And an even quicker way of invoking Autosum is to use the keyboard shortcut, which you can see there is Alt plus equals. Now again, if I do Alt plus equals, it's going to make the cell selection, but for this example, I need to readjust that cell selection so it doesn't include the date, and hit enter. So a few different methods that we can use there to quickly input a sum formula. Now, the final thing I want to talk about here are these little green triangles in the corner of each of these total cells. What are they and why are they there? If you see a green triangle, this is some kind of warning. And warnings are always worth checking into further so you can determine if this is actually an error that needs to be fixed or if it's something inconsequential. Now, when I click on a cell that has one of these green triangles, notice that I get a little icon next to it, which is a little warning icon. And if we click this, this is kind of going to give you an idea as to what the problem is. So I can see here at the top of the list, it says formula omits adjacent cells. So what this is basically telling me is that in this sum formula, and if we look in the formula bar, C3 to C14, it says it's found other data nearby that I haven't included in my formula. And that would be correct, because I have these dates at the top here, which are effectively numbers to Excel, but to me, they're dates and I don't want them included in the formula. So that is what this error is referring to. It's basically saying, hey, you've missed out a number in cell C2. Do you want to correct this before you go on? Now, I know that these years are not supposed to be included in these formulas. So what I can safely do here is select all of the cells where I have this little warning, click the drop down and just say ignore error to get rid of them. Another function that belongs in the category of the big 5 functions that everybody needs to know in Excel is the count function. And what this function allows you to do is basically count the number of items in a range or a list. So let's take a look at a basic example because there is a very important point here that you need to understand. Now in this worksheet, I just have a list of student names and I have the score that they've achieved in a test. And basically all I'm trying to do here is count the number of students that took a test. So I just want to count the number of items that I have in this list. Now bear in mind that this list is a very short list and this is probably something I could just do visually. But again, remember with all of these examples, imagine if you have a list of thousands and thousands of students. That is where the count function is going to be really useful. So what we can do here is we can type into the cell equals, and this function is simply called count. And notice again as I start to type it in, Excel's IntelliSense is pulling up a list of all of the functions that it finds in its library related to count. And if you find the one that you want to use, and if the one that you want isn't at the top of the list, you can use your arrow keys to move further down and select the one that you want. Also notice that with count highlighted, I get a little bit of informational text to the side, which tells me what that function does. So it says, counts the number of cells in a range that contains numbers. And that is the really important part, in a range that contains numbers. So let's press the Tab key to make our selection and put in that first bracket. Now our arguments here are basically the values that we want to count. So I want to count the number of students. So I'm going to go across to my little table. I'm going to select all of the student names, so that I have my range B3 to B15. I'm going to close off my bracket and hit enter. I get a result of 0. Now why is that? Well, it's down to that very important part of instructional text. The count function will count numbers in a list. So because I selected these student names, which are effectively text for my formula, that's why I'm getting an answer of 0. If I double click to edit this formula, and instead of cells B3 to B15, I'm going to count using the test scores instead. So this time my range contains numbers. I'm going to close off my bracket, hit enter, and now it's working. It's telling me that I have 13 items in the range that I selected. So what do I do if I want to count anything in the cell, regardless of whether it's text or if it's numbers? Well, for that, I need to use a slightly different function. So let's double click on our cell and I'm going to delete everything out. So if I want to count basically all, I would use the count A formula. Notice this time it says counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. So it's not going to count empty cells either. So now that I'm using count A, which will count all or count everything, if I open a bracket, I can use either the student range or the test score range, and this formula should work. So let's use the student name because this is the one that didn't work when we were just using count. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and now I'm getting the correct result of 13. Now, how does this work if we have blank cells? Well, let's go in and delete out Olivia from this list. So now effectively I have a blank cell in this cell range. Notice immediately as soon as I did that, the number of students decreased to 12. So count A doesn't count blank cells. What about count? Well, let's try that. Let's double click. Let's type in our formula again. Let's do count. I'm going to count the test scores because with count, we can only count numbers. Close the bracket and hit enter. And again, that also gives me 12. So it also doesn't count the blank cells. Now, what about if I just wanted to count the blank cells in a range? Well, we have another count formula that we can use for that as well. And that is count blank. I can see it's the third one in my list, so I'm going to use my arrow keys to go down, tab key to select it, and this time I just need to select my range of cells. So if I select these student names, cells B3 to B15, and hit enter, it's returning the result of 1 because in this range it's found one blank cell. So there's 3 formulas there related to counting items. Count, which will count numeric values in cells, count A, which will count anything, and count blank, which will count just the blank cells. Now I'm going to control Z a few times just to put Olivia back into my student list. Because remember, with these formulas, you can also use other methods as well. So we looked at previously the functions dialog box. We can use that for count as well. So if I click the FX icon, I could go in here and search for count. There it is at the top of the list. And basically I can then go in and select the values that I want to count. So I'm going to select the test scores, click on OK, and the formula works. I could also use that Autosum button. So if we go back to the Formulas tab, click the lower half of Autosum, we can also use this to count numbers. Now notice a problem as soon as we do this. Because the cell where I want my result to be returned is far away from the actual data, it doesn't know which values I want to count. So it's just put the count formula in there for me, and now it's asking for me to select these values. So I would need to go in, select the range, and hit enter. If I was doing this formula directly underneath where I have these numbers, if I choose Autosum and count numbers, because the result cell is right next to the numbers that I want to count, it's recognized that those numbers are there, and it's automatically input the cell range for me, so I just need to hit enter. So just be aware of those little things when you're using things like Autosum. But that, in its essence, is how you can construct 3 different types of count formula. Another one of the big 5 functions that all Excel users need to know is the average function. And the average function is pretty much what you would expect it to be. It's a function that helps you find the average of the values in the selected cell range. And much like the other functions that we've looked at in the last few lessons, the sum function and the count function, we can either type this function directly into the cell or we can use the functions dialog box. So let's take a look at how the average function works. So on this worksheet, I have some years running across the top and then again some months running down column B. And then we have some values in this table. And what I want to do is at the end here in column G, I want to find the average amount of sales for January across all 4 of these years, 2018 to 2021. So for this, we can simply type in average into the cell. Once again, as soon as you can see it in Excel's IntelliSense menu, you can just press the tab key to select it. And we have very similar arguments to the sum and count functions. Here, Excel just requires us to select the cell range that we want to find the average of. So I want to find the average of these 4 cells, C3 to F3. I'm going to close my bracket and I'm going to do Control Enter so that I stay in the same cell. And there I have the average sales figure. So really nice and straightforward. Now, of course, we've seen how we can do this using the functions dialog box. It's a simple case of searching for the average command, double-clicking, and then we can go in and select the cell range that we want to find the average of. So pretty much the same as what we've done in the last 2 examples. So just to finish off this lesson, let's jump up to the Formulas tab, and we're going to go to the Autosum drop-down. Because notice in there we can also use Autosum to find the average. So if we click Average, again notice it's made an incorrect selection. So all I need to do here is select the cells that I actually want to work with, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. Now if you have a scenario like this where you need to complete the averages for a number of different values like we have here, we need to complete these average totals, you don't need to go to every single cell and complete an average formula. And this is going to lead us on nicely to a lesson that we're going to do a bit later on. Because what we have in Excel is the ability to autofill or copy formulas down. And this is such a useful time-saving utility. Now if I hover my mouse over cell G4 where I have my last average calculation, notice in the bottom right-hand corner I have that little green square. That is my autofill handle. So if I want to copy this formula down to fill the rest of these cells, I can simply drag all the way down like so, or alternatively, and I'm just very quickly going to Control Z to undo that, I can double click and it's also going to copy that formula down. And notice if we pick any of these, so let's go to this cell just here, G9, notice that the references C9 to F9 are highlighted in blue in the formula, and it's also showing me the cells that that formula refers to in the table highlighted in blue as well. And I can see that as this formula has moved down, Excel has automatically adjusted the cell references that it needs to use for this formula. And that is what we call relative referencing. When we drag a formula down, Excel will adjust the cell references accordingly. And again, we're going to talk more about that a bit later on because there are two other types of referencing aside from relative, and that is absolute and mixed. But for the time being, just be aware of this concept of relative referencing when you copy formulas down. So far in this course, we've looked at 3 of Excel's big 5 basic functions that everybody needs to know. So it's now time to finish off this little list with the final 2. And the final 2 functions that everybody needs to know are the min and the max functions. Now what the min function does is that it will return the lowest value in a range of cells. And as you would expect, the max function does the exact opposite. It will return the maximum value in a range of cells. So these are pretty simple to construct. Let's start with min. I'm going to type in equals min. I'm going to press the Tab key to select it from the list and put in that first bracket. And once again, we have some very simple arguments. We're just required to select the numbers or the cell range that we want to find the minimum value of. So I'm going to select this cell range just here, C3 to F3, and what this is going to do is tell me which value is the lowest. So when I hit enter, it's telling me that 6247 is the lowest value in that range, so I can see at a glance that for January we had the lowest sales in 2019. I can do exactly the same for max. Let's type it in, let's select our cell range, close the bracket and hit enter, and now I have the maximum value, which was in 2021. Now once again, I'm going to want to copy all of these formulas down both of these columns. So let me show you another way that you can very efficiently do this. I'm going to select the 2 formulas that I've already done and all of the other blank cells. And if I press the keyboard shortcut Control D, that's going to copy that formula down each column. And if we just double check one of these, so let's double click somewhere down here, just to double check that it's actually calculating correctly. So C9 to F9, the lowest value there is 5538, and I can see that yes, that is correct. So Control D is another really useful little shortcut when it comes to quickly copying a formula into other cells. In this lesson, I'd like to start introducing you to some of the basic errors that you might come across when you're working with formulas and calculations in Excel. because a very important skill to have is to know how to check your spreadsheets for errors and also what those errors mean and how you can resolve them. The last thing you want, particularly if you're sharing a spreadsheet with other people, is to send it out with all different types of errors all over the place. So in this lesson, we're going to look at some of the most basic ones. Now, in a previous lesson, I showed you how to deal with these little green triangles that you can see in the top left-hand corner. And in most cases, when you get something like this, you can click on that warning symbol, and the first item in the list will give you some idea as to what that error is there for. So as we determined for this one, I'm getting these little green triangles because the formula has recognized that I also have numbers in the top row that I'm not including in my formulas. And because these are the actual years, I don't actually want to include them in the formula anyway. So for these ones, we can simply select and choose to ignore the error. So what other types of errors might we come across? Well, you can see that I have 3 of them listed out in column I. Now, the first one is a name error. And if you see a name error in any of your cells, it normally means that there's some kind of issue with your formula related to either the name of the formula or maybe something like the named range that you've used within your formula. Now, we haven't covered named ranges yet. We're going to cover those in the next section. So let's take this from the standpoint that we've got a problem with the name of our formula. So the first thing I would do here is I would double click so I can take a look at this formula. And I can see here immediately that the name of the function is wrong. Now this might be a simple typo. Maybe I was typing sum particularly quickly and I've accidentally added an X on the end. So I can immediately see here that this is what is causing that name error. But what about if I wasn't so sure? Maybe I didn't know that SumX wasn't the name of the function. How else could I troubleshoot the formula in this cell? Well, let's press Ctrl Enter. I could jump up to the Formulas tab, and we have a formula auditing section just here. And this is where you can come for all of your tools that will help you find where errors are located in your spreadsheets. For example, for this particular formula, if I click on Trace Precedence, this is going to show me any of the cells that are being used in this formula. So I can see here I've got an arrow pointing to these total sales figures highlighted in blue. So it's basically telling me that this cell range is referenced in the formula. So it might be that when I click on Trace Precedence, this arrow is pointing to a completely different set of cells that I didn't mean to include in my formula. So then it's fairly easy for me to adjust that cell range. I'm going to remove the arrows. What about trace dependence? Well, I don't have any dependence for this formula. Nothing relies on this particular formula to calculate. What about if I click on Show Formulas? We'll take a look at what this does. This is going to show all of the formulas that you have on your worksheet. So you can see here, I can now see actually on the worksheet without having to double click to edit the cell, all of those sum calculations in that total row. I can also see the formulas that I have over in column I. So Show Formulas is a great way if you just want to quickly see all of the formulas on your worksheet. Now, what about error checking? What happens if I click here? Well, this is basically going to evaluate my formula. And it's telling me that there is an error in cell I3. Now I have a few different options here. I can ignore the error, I can edit the formula in the formula bar, I can get some help, or I can show the calculation steps. So I'm going to show the calculation steps, and it basically takes me into this Evaluate Formula window. Incidentally, I also get this window if I click on the Evaluate Formula button in the Formula Editing group. Now what this allows you to do is walk step by step through your formula and evaluate each part separately so you can pinpoint where the error is occurring. So I can see that the first thing that's going to be evaluated in this formula is the actual formula name, in this case SumX. So if I click on Evaluate, I can see there it's coming up with name. So this is where my issue is occurring, because that is where the error is appearing. So this evaluate tool is pretty useful, particularly when you start to get into more complex formulas, which maybe combine multiple different functions. Being able to step through them and evaluate each part individually to really determine where the error lies is so helpful. So let's click on close, and let's click on close again. So I now am pretty confident that this is causing the problem. So let's delete out the X, hit enter, and like magic, my formula is now fixed. What about this next error? We have a reference error. Let's double click and take a look at this. Now this doesn't really tell me much. It says sum, and then we have reference. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go straight to evaluate formula. And I can see that the sum part of this formula is fine. It's this part that's causing the problem, the hash reference. Now you normally get things like reference errors when you've maybe referred to a cell in the formula that no longer exists. So you can see here, this cell is supposed to be displaying the total sales for December. So I bet there was probably a sum calculation in here that was totaling all of December's sales. And if I take a look at my table, where's December gone? December has actually been deleted. So that is why I'm getting this reference error. The row was there when I first constructed the formula, but at a later time, someone's gone in and deleted that row out, which means my formula is now invalid. So look out for things like that when you see reference errors. It normally means whatever you're referring to, whatever cell, has either been pasted over with something else or deleted entirely. So for this one, because we no longer have December totals, I maybe will want to change this to the last month, which is November. So now let's do a sum calculation of November. And there we go, that looks a little bit better. Another type of error that you might see is a div error. And this comes up when you've tried to divide a number by 0. Now, the formula that I've got here is just very simply 1 divided by 0, just to show you an example of what that error looks like. In most cases, when you get a div error, it's not that clean cut. You might be doing, again, a longer, complex formula, and somewhere along the way, in the way that you've constructed that formula, you've ended up dividing it by 0. Maybe you haven't even realized that you've done that. So if you see that div error, it's worth taking a look at that formula and checking to make sure your calculation is correct. So for this one, let's just take that out, and we're just going to do the total sales for Q2. So that is going to be all of these figures just here. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I have a spreadsheet that's completely error-free. Now there are a number of other different errors that you'll see pop up from time to time in your spreadsheets. You might see a value error, or you might see a null error as well. And we'll come across more of these as we progress through the course. But for now, that should give you an introduction as to some of the most common errors and how you can use the tools available in Excel in that formula auditing group to do some troubleshooting. One of the most important concepts to understand when you're learning Excel is the difference between absolute and relative referencing. And I did mention this briefly a couple of lessons ago. And it's worth noting that by default, Excel uses relative referencing. So let me show you a very quick example of relative referencing, and then we'll dive into absolute and why it's different from relative. So just to demonstrate relative referencing, I'm going to type in some numbers just down here, and we're going to type in some numbers next to these, like so. So maybe here I want to have the totals of these numbers. So what I could do is type in sum. I can select the cell range, close the bracket, hit enter, and then I can drag to copy that formula down. Now, as I drag this formula down, Excel uses relative referencing to adjust the cell references. If we double click in this first total, you can see the cells that this formula references, I6 and J6. If I take a look at the last formula, you can see that Excel has adjusted those cell references as I've dragged that formula down. So now it's summing I8 to J8. And it's this relative referencing that allows me to copy this formula down, and all of my formulas remain correct. And relative referencing is the default in Excel. But as you'll soon find, it doesn't always work in every situation. It's not always the most appropriate type of referencing to use. So with that in mind, let's take a look at an example of absolute referencing. Now what you can see here on this worksheet is that I have in column A some employee names. In column B, I have the departments that they work in. In column C, we have the number of years they've been working there. And then finally, in column D, we have their salary. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to change these to British pounds, because that is what my Excel is currently set to. So I'm going to keep everything nice and consistent. Now, what I want to do here is I want to work out the bonus amount for each of these employees. And I can see over in cell J1, all staff members are getting a bonus of 2%. Lucky old them. So how would I do this calculation? Well, this is going to be a straightforward sum calculation. What we want to do here is we want to take the salary in cell D2 and we're going to multiply it by the bonus amount of 2% in cell J1. I'm going to close my bracket and hit enter. And now I can see there that the bonus is 697.56. So that amount is 2% of their total salary. Now, once again, I'm just going to change the formatting of this column to pounds. So great, everything is working so far. And what I want to do here is I want to do exactly the same thing for all of the other employees. So effectively, I should be able to grab my autofill handle and drag this formula down, right? Wrong. Take a look at what happens. It's not working. I'm getting 0 in all of these other cells. So why am I getting 0? Well, let's double click and take a look at one of these formulas a bit further down so we can see which cells the formula is referring to. So here we go. It's doing a sum of D11, which is correct in this case. We want to multiply the salary, but take a look at J10. J10 is over here, and that is a blank cell. Because Excel has assumed that if I'm dragging this formula down, it needs to modify the cell references and move those down one each time as well. And for the salary part of this calculation, that is absolutely fine, but it's not fine for the bonus. In this example, we always want this formula to refer to cell J1. We don't want it to adjust and move down to any blank cells. So with that in mind, we need to make cell J1 absolute. So let's delete out everything we have and let's do our formula again. So we're going to say equals sum. It's still going to be D2. We're still going to multiply it by J1, but we need to make J1 absolute. Now the way that we do that is we press the F4 key once on our keyboard. And what that will do is it's going to place $ in front of the column and the row number. So basically what those $ are a way of locking to that particular cell. So I'm saying lock column J and column 1. I can close the bracket, hit enter, and now if I double click to copy this formula down, the formula is working. If we take a look at one of the formulas a bit further down, we can see again the cells this is referring to, and this time this is absolutely correct. It's referring to cells D17 and it's multiplying by J1. So knowing when to use absolute referencing is a really important skill in Excel. Now there is another type of referencing that you can do called mixed referencing, and that is where we basically either lock just the column or just the row. And those are by far the least common ways of using cell referencing. Most of the time you're going to be using absolute or relative. So for the time being, we're just going to stick to those two so you get some practice, and then later on we'll take a look at mixed referencing. So now these calculations are correct, the only thing left for me to do here is complete the new salary for everybody. And the new salary is basically going to be a sum calculation again, where we're going to do the salary plus their bonus. So equals sum, and we want to say salary plus bonus. This time we're fine with relative cell referencing because we want to copy down, and it's fine for the cell references to adjust each time. So let's double click to copy that down. And once again, I'm just going to change this to currency format. And now we have a completed bonus spreadsheet. In previous lessons in this course, we've briefly had a look at how Autosum and Autofill work. So it's time now to take a deeper dive into these two really powerful utilities. So currently I'm working in the Autosum and Autofill workbook. And I'm clicked on the Example 1 tab. And on this tab, we have a table with some values that we need to complete. So the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to complete this totals row at the bottom. And as we've seen previously, we're just doing a sum calculation here. We can use the Autosum button. And if you recall Autosum, you'll find that on the Formulas tab in the Function Library group. Or alternatively, you can use the keyboard shortcut of Alt equals. Now remember, because I have a number in that top row, I need to adjust the selection and then I can hit enter. And because we want to copy this formula across to the other years, we can simply use the autofill handle in the bottom right hand corner and drag that formula across. Now we have our little warning triangle, so I'm going to click the warning symbol and I'm just going to say ignore this error. So now let's use Autofill to complete the rest of these empty cells. So the first thing I'm going to do in this totals column is we're going to do a very simple sum calculation, and we're going to add up all of the sales figures for January C3 to F3. Close the bracket, and I'm going to do Control Enter so that I stay in the same cell. Now notice over on the right hand side, I've just listed out there 4 different methods for auto-filling formulas down. And we've already seen a couple of these, but there are a couple in there as well that we haven't yet taken a look at. Now the first way to autofill down a formula is to hover your mouse over the autofill handle and double click to copy that formula down. Let's move to column H and let's work out the averages. And again, we're using the same cell range. And this time what I can do is simply drag that formula down. In the next column, we're going to do a min formula. And remember, min returns us the lowest value in our cell range, C3 to F3. Now, the third method that I can use to fill down is I can select all the cells that I want to fill this formula in. Go to the Home tab, and then over in the Editing group, notice we have a drop down here next to Fill. And I can choose Fill Down, and that's going to fill that formula into those remaining cells. And similarly, an even quicker way of executing that, let's just put in our max formula at the top here. Control Enter. We can pretty much do exactly the same thing by highlighting all of the cells and using the keyboard shortcut instead of Control D to copy that formula down. And then of course, once these are done, if I want to complete the totals as well, I can simply drag my totals formula across. And in a couple of minutes, we have a completed worksheet. Now, staying on this subject of autofill, there are still a number of different options that we haven't looked at yet. And all of these little autofill options are so helpful when it comes to being able to input data into your worksheets quickly and efficiently. Now, I did mention earlier I was going to show you a quick way of adding in lots of numbers into a worksheet. For example, maybe I need to enter into this worksheet numbers 1 to 200. So instead of going through and typing in 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, I can get Excel to do all the hard work for me. Now what I'm going to do here is a little trick, which involves accessing a hidden menu. So I'm going to type number 1 into this first cell. And then what I'm going to do is using my right mouse button, not my left, my right, I'm going to hover my mouse over the corner of that cell so that I get the little autofill cross, hold down my right mouse button, drag down one cell, up one cell, and release the mouse, and it's going to present me with a little secret menu. And this allows me to fill my cells in different ways. So I'm going to say fill series. And what I want to do here is I want to fill the column with numbers. The step value is the value which I want the numbers to increase. So I want them to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So my step value is 1. And I want it to stop at 200. And if I click on OK, check that out. I now have all of those numbers input. Control down to go to the bottom. The last value there is 200. So that's a really nice, quick way of getting lots of numbers, long lists of numbers into your worksheet. Now we can do a similar thing here if we want to fill down dates. So quite often in spreadsheets, you'll have dates. So maybe if you're putting together an invoice spreadsheet, you're going to have the dates listed out of all of the invoices. So what you could do is type in the first date, let's say the 1st of November, 2021. And if I autofill down this time, notice that it autofills down consecutive days. So simply by using that autofill handle, I'm going to get the 1st of November, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, so on and so forth. And that's absolutely fine if that's what you want. In some cases, you might want a different kind of date. So maybe I want to fill down the last day of every month. So how would we do that? Well, let's type in the last day of January. So that is the 31st of the 1st, 2021. Now, as I said, if I go to copy this down, the next date it's going to fill in is going to be the 1st of February, 2nd of February, so on and so forth. Now we can change this simply by dragging the autofill button down, and I'm just going to drag down to there. But notice when we drag down, we get this little what we call a smart tag at the bottom. And if you click this, it's going to open up some additional autofill options. And from here, we get to choose what dates we're filling down. So if I want the last day of the month, I could say fill months. And it's going to change all of those like magic to now display the last day of the month. So don't forget about this little smart tag when you drag down. It's always worth having a look in there and seeing if something else fits more with what it is that you're trying to do. Now we've already seen how we can type in the name of a month and then simply use the autofill handle to drag down to fill in the other months. The same works with days, and this works with the long version of the day or the short version of the day. Once again, I can drag down to complete those days, and it will just loop around until you choose to stop filling cells. So where does this come from in Excel? Well, these are actually what we call custom lists, and you'll find your custom lists underneath Excel options. If we jump into File and go down to Options at the bottom, and then into the Advanced page, if we scroll all the way down to near the bottom, you'll notice that we have this little button just here, Edit Custom Lists. And when we jump into here, you're going to see all of those patterns that Excel recognizes. And it's because this exists here that Excel is able to copy down the months of the year and the days of the week. And if you wanted to, you can create your own custom lists and use them in the same way. Now I could choose to import a list that I've got in a worksheet, so maybe in some cells, or I could choose to create my own custom list. So if you click New List at the top, I can then type in my list entries. So maybe on a frequent basis, I have to type in the names of all of the people that work in my department. And instead of doing that manually, I want to be able to just type in the first one and autofill down. So I'm going to create a brand new list with the names of everybody who works in my department. So we're just going to have 4 people. And let's say Add. And you can now see that I have a new custom list. So if I click on OK, and OK again to come out of options. Now, if I want to fill in those employees, all I need to do is type in the name of the first one, and then Excel is going to recognize that custom list, so I can simply drag down. So all of these autofill options are definitely worth exploring because they really do make you more efficient when you're working in Excel. Flash Fill is possibly one of my favorite utilities in Excel. And Flash Fill hasn't been around forever. It was introduced in Excel 2013. And if you find yourself having to split up data or even combine data from different columns fairly frequently, Flash Fill is going to be your best friend. This takes all of the hard work out of it. So the best way to demonstrate Flash Fill is to really dive into some examples. And I've got 3 different examples to show you here. So in this first example, in this first table, notice that I have a list of employee names. And what I've been asked to do is break up the full name into a column full of first names and a column full of last names. Now, before the introduction of Flash Fill, it was possible to do this, but you would have to use the text to columns utility or possibly use an Excel formula. But now we have Flash Fill, so this is a piece of cake. So let me show you how it works. All you need to do is basically tell Excel what you want the pattern to be. So in the first name cell, I'm going to type in how I want the first one to look. So I basically just want it to list out my first name. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I'm going to invoke the Flash Fill tool. And we find Flash Fill up on the data ribbon. In that Data Tools group in the middle there, we have a Flash Fill button. Let's click, and would you take a look at that? Like magic, it recognizes the pattern and it copies it down. And the best thing about this is that there are no underlying formulas that you need to get rid of or are going to cause you any problems. Let's do the same, but this time we want to complete the last name. Once again, we just need to type in what the pattern is going to be, Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and we can invoke Flash Fill in an entirely different way. So if I press Enter just here, as soon as I start to type, the second name goes down the rest of them and basically says to me, is this what you want to input? I can quickly do a visual check. Yes, those are all of the last names. So all I need to do is hit the Enter key to accept that. So nice and easy. We could even use Flash Fill to complete email addresses for people as well. Now there is a bit of a caveat to this, and that is that everybody needs to have the same email address. And more often than not, if you're filling down a list of people that you work with, you're all going to work at the same organization, and so you're all going to have the same email address. So what I can do here is again give Excel the pattern. So I want Excel to pick out that I want the person's initials at, and then we're just going to say companyx.com. Control Enter to stay in the cell. And a third way that I can invoke Flash Fill is to basically highlight all of the cells that we want to fill and use the keyboard shortcut Control E. And again, take a look at that. It's recognized that I want the initials of every single employee, and then it's put companyx.com. We could also utilize Flash Fill if we want to extract parts of an order number, or maybe an invoice number, or a part number, something like that. For example, all of these long order numbers have ORD at the beginning. I don't really need that part. I just want to extract the last 3 characters. So once again, we can use Flash Fill for that. 1, 2, 3 is what I want to extract, and I can use any of the Flash Fill methods. So Control Enter to stay in the same cell. I'm going to select all the cells I want to fill and Control E to fill those down. So quick and simple. The final example here is another way that we can extract different parts of a product name. So in the product name column, you can see that I have red shirt and then I have the item code, and I basically want to split this up so we have the color of the product name, and then the item code in 3 separate columns. So for this, I can say red, Control Enter, I'm going to highlight and Control E to flash fill down. Next, I want the product, so let's tell Excel what the pattern is. Control Enter. And this time I think I'll use my flash fill button to fill those down. And then finally we need to type the item code 123. Let's hit Enter. And this time if I start to type the next item code, it's going to fill them all down for me, and I can simply hit Enter to accept. In this exercise, exercise 3, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section on working with formulas. So for this exercise, we're going to be using the data on the Customer Data tab. So what I'd like you to do first is to calculate the total sales for all customers in column D. So this is what we're doing first, just calculate the number of sales based on the quantity and the price per item. I'd then like you to autofill that formula down. Next, I'd like you to calculate the sales tax for all customers in column E using the sales tax figure in cell I2. So we're calculating the sales tax in this column using the sales tax figure. And one thing to think about when you're doing this is think about whether you're doing absolute or relative referencing. I'd then like you to calculate the total including the tax in column F and then autofill that formula down. Then finally, just to make sure that your formulas are all updating, I'd like you to change the sales tax amount to 6% and just ensure that the values in the table update. Next, we're going to take a look at how you can use functions in calculations. So this section, we're performing calculations in this table just here. So the first thing I would like you to do is in cell I4, calculate the total sales. In cell I5, I'd like you to calculate the average quantity of items bought by each customer. In cell 6, I'd like you to calculate the minimum price per item. In cell 7, I'd like you to calculate the maximum price per item. And finally, in cell I8, I'd like you to calculate the total number of customers. So quite a bit to do there. See how you get along. And if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to calculate the total in column D. So this is going to be a very basic sum calculation. We want to do the quantity multiplied by the price per item. Close the bracket, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. I then asked you to fill this down, so we simply need to double click to copy the formula down. Next, I asked you to calculate the sales tax, and currently we have the sales tax listed over in cell I2. So again, this is a sum calculation. We're doing the total multiplied by the sales tax. Now, when we copy this down, we don't want that sales tax to move. So we need to make cell I4 absolute by pressing the F4 key. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and then we can double click to copy that formula down. The final calculation we need to perform here is just a very simple sum calculation where we add together the total and the sales tax. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and double click to copy the formula down. In the second part of this exercise, I asked you to complete the values in this smaller table. So the first thing I asked you to calculate were the total sales. Now, I didn't actually specify in the exercise whether I wanted you to calculate the totals excluding tax or including tax, so whichever one of these you did, that is absolutely fine. I'm going to do it excluding tax, so I simply want to do a sum calculation, and then I'm going to select Control-Shift-Down all of the numbers in this column. Close the bracket, hit Enter, and there we have the total. Next, I want you to work out the average quantity. So we're going to use the average function, go to the quantity column, Control-Shift-Down arrow, close off the bracket, hit Enter, and there we have the average quantity. Next, we're going to use the min function to work out the minimum price per item. So once again, click Control-Shift-Down arrow, close the bracket, hit Enter. Next, we want to do the reverse, so we're going to use the max function, the same column of data, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket and hit enter. And then finally, we want to work out the number of customers. So for this, I'm going to use count A because I want to count text. So click, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, hit enter, and I can see that we have 50 customers. The final thing I asked you to do was just to change the sales tax from 4.5 to 6%, just to make sure that all of these figures update. So in I2, I'm just going to type in 6, hit enter, and yes, I can see that everything has now updated. In this section, we're going to explore the wonderful world of named ranges. And named ranges are another one of my favorite things in Excel. Not only can you use named ranges to help you navigate across multiple workbooks, but you can use them in formulas so that your formulas are not only easier to construct, but also easier to interpret and read. Now, before we get into how we create named ranges and how we use them in calculations, let's start out by discussing exactly what a named range is so that you understand. Now, as we've already seen, we can select different groups of cells using our mouse. And when we select a group of cells, this is referred to as a range of cells. And we often use cell ranges when we're performing calculations. For example, if I wanted to sum all of the totals, I would select the cell range F4 down to F17, and that would be my range. And what a named range is basically assigning a meaningful name to a range of cells. So instead of just identifying a range as, for example, H10 to H14, I might choose to call this range blank cells, something like that. And I can then use that name in my formulas as opposed to having to go in and select the cell range each time. Now in this workbook, I have numerous different named ranges already set up. And you can see all of your named ranges by clicking this drop-down arrow in the name box. Notice I have 5 named ranges in here, one for customer, orders, price per unit, quantity, and total. And what you'll also notice is that each of these named ranges corresponds to the column headings in this table. And if I click on the price per unit named range, it's going to highlight that range of cells. So effectively, this cell range, E4 to E17, is called price per unit. So each one of these cell ranges has been assigned a name. This is the cell range assigned to customer. This one, quantity, and you can see it in the name box just here. We have total just here, and then we have the orders range. And in the table on the right hand side, we have some calculations. Now, if you take a look up in the formula bar, this first calculation, this is going to look a little bit different to the formulas that we've constructed previously. I'm doing an average calculation. I'm trying to find the average quantity. But instead of selecting the cell range, which would be D4 down to D17, notice it just says quantity in there. It's using the named range as opposed to the cell references. If I go to the next formula down, this one is doing a count of all of the orders. And again, instead of using a cell range, I'm using the named range. And instantly, by looking at this formula, it's a lot easier for anybody looking at this worksheet to kind of figure out what it is that you're trying to do. Instead of just some random cell references in there, they can see, okay, it's doing a count of the orders. So it makes it more meaningful. Another thing that you can use named ranges for is quick navigation. So if I was clicked on another worksheet, let's just create another one very quickly. If I was working away over here and I wanted to quickly jump back to one of those ranges, I can simply select it from the name range drop down, and it's going to jump me back to that worksheet and highlight that range of cells. So it's also quite nice if you want to use it for navigation. I would say that that is kind of its secondary purpose, and most of the time the primary use of named ranges is to create meaning when you're constructing formulas. Now in the next lesson, we're going to take a look at how you create named ranges, because there are a number of different methods that you can use. But just to give you a heads up, we're going to be working on the Formulas tab at the top in the Defined Names group in the middle here. This is where you'll find all of your options for creating named ranges. So I'm going to head over there now, and I look forward to you joining me. So now we know what a named range is, let's look at the different ways that we can create them. Now what we're going to do here is basically what I showed you in the example in the previous lesson. We're going to create named ranges for all of the columns that we have in this table. And I want the named ranges to be called whatever the column heading for that particular column is. Now, by far the simplest and quickest way to name a range is by using the name box. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select the range of cells, click up in the name box, and then give my range a name. So this is going to be called orders. Now it's really important when you're typing in names for your ranges that you don't have any spaces in the names. Now my range is just one word, orders, but if I wanted to call it order numbers, for example, I wouldn't be able to put a space in there and type in numbers. That's not going to work. I would either need to type it in as order numbers, or one word, or I need to separate the words with an underscore instead. So just remember that when you're naming your ranges. Also really important to remember to hit the Enter key to set that named range. So that is the first method you can use. The second method you can use is to select the range of cells that you want to name, including that column heading, and then on the Formulas tab in the Defined Names group, use the Create from Selection button. Now what this will do is it's going to create a named range for you, and it's going to name the range based on the values in whichever row or column you specify. So because I've highlighted the top row, I want it to name this range based on the value in the top row. So that is customer. Let's click on OK. And if you want to check to make sure that your named ranges are setting effectively, you can click the drop down and you can see them listed out here. The next method you can use to create a named range is to click on the Name Manager button. And notice this has a keyboard shortcut of Ctrl plus F3. So if we jump into the Name Manager, this is basically where we come to manage all of our different named ranges. And you can see in there the two named ranges that I've currently set up. What I can also do is create a new named range from here as well by clicking the New button. I can give my range a name, so let's call this range Quantity. I want it to be available in this workbook. I could add a comment if I wanted to, and then I select the cells that this range refers to. So that's going to be these cells just here, and click on OK. So now I have 3 named ranges created. And then the final method I can use to create a named range is the Define Name option in the Defined Names group. Again, I can just give my range a name. So this one is going to be price per unit. Remember, we're separating with underscores. And then I can specify which cells this range refers to. So that is my cell range E4 to E17. And another thing to note about these named ranges is take a look at the cell references. They're all absolute by default. And this is a really important point when it comes to using your named ranges in your formulas. So I'll talk more about this at a later stage. Let's click on OK. And now I have 4 named ranges set up. Let's do the final one, and I'm just going to do this using the Create from Selection method. And now I have all of my named ranges created. So that is it. Those are the 4 different methods that you can use to create named ranges. Before we move on to using named ranges in formulas and calculations, I just very briefly want to show you where you go if you want to edit your named ranges or delete named ranges. And we have actually been into this little area once already in this section. So if you want to manage your named ranges, you need to make sure that you're clicked on the Formulas tab, and then we're going to click on Name Manager. And as we've seen, this opens up a little panel which we can make bigger if we need to. And that's going to show us all of the named ranges that we have in the workbook. That's a really important distinction. The scope for these named ranges is the workbook. And you can see that in this column just here. And what that basically means is that these named ranges will be available to use in any worksheet that I create in this specific workbook. If I was to create a brand new workbook, then I'm not going to have access to these named ranges. Now, the other information that we can see in here is basically the name of the range, the values contained within that range, the worksheet name, and the cells that this range refers to. So you can see that all of my ranges are on the Named Ranges worksheet, and then we have those absolute cell references. And then, as we just mentioned, the scope is just this workbook. So if I want to go in and make any changes to this information, I have an Edit button just above, which will allow me to edit certain elements of this named range. So if I wanted to change the name of the range, I can do that from here. I can add some comments if I want to. And I can also change which worksheets or which cells this named range refers to. So super simple to make edits to any of these ranges. We've already seen that we can click the New button and create a brand new range from here. And this is also where we have the Delete button as well. So if you want to delete out any named ranges that you're no longer using, this is where you can come. And then all the way over on the right-hand side of this window, notice that we have a Filter button. Now, I will say that if you have a fairly short list of named ranges like I do here, I only really have 5 of them, then this filter is a little bit of overkill. However, you might find that in some more complex workbooks, particularly if you have lots and lots of worksheets, you could have many named ranges. So you're going to need a quick way of filtering out the ones you're not interested in and just viewing the ones that you are interested in. And that's where this filter comes in. This basically allows you to filter your list of named ranges. So I can search for ranges which are just scoped to this worksheet or just to this workbook. I can filter for ranges with errors or names without errors. So this is particularly useful for error checking. And then I can also filter by defined names, so named ranges or table names. Now, we haven't got on to talking about tables as yet, but we'll come back into here when we do so you can see what the difference is between these bottom 2. And then, of course, if you have applied any filters and you want to restore the entire list, we have a clear filter button at the top just there. So that filter button is great if you have a lot of named ranges that you need to sort through. So that is pretty much it. Let's click on Close to come out of here. That is where you go if you need to edit, delete, or manage named ranges. So now that we've created our named ranges, it's time to take a look at how we can use them in formulas. So we're going to complete this little table on the right-hand side and utilize some of those big 5 formulas that we've already learnt in this course. So the first formula that we need to construct is an average formula. And what we want to do here is we want to find out the average quantity. So let's start out by typing in average. I'm going to press my Tab key to select it from that list. And now we need to provide the values that we want to find the average of. Now it's at this stage, normally I would go in and select the cell range in this worksheet. But because we've set this range up as a named range, I can simply use the name. And this range is called quantity. Now to pull that up or input it into the formula, if I start typing the word quantity, notice that IntelliSense also picks up any named ranges that you have in your worksheet. So it's not just formulas that you're going to see in that menu underneath, you're also going to see any named ranges that you've created. So once it's found the named range, it's highlighted, so I can simply press the Tab key. Notice that the word quantity is in blue and the range is highlighted in blue in the table. All that's left for me to do here is close off my bracket, hit enter, and there I get the answer. So that is a really nice, easy way of incorporating those named ranges into your formulas. And if you look at this formula, it's very simple to see exactly what this formula is doing. Let's do this one more time. This time we want to do a count of the number of orders. So we're going to type in count, press the Tab key, and this time I want to use the range that I called orders. Again, we can start to type it in. It finds it in the list, Tab key, close the bracket, hit enter, and we are done. Now, so far in those two examples, that has very much relied on me remembering what I've called my named range. And it might be that if you're working in a spreadsheet that maybe you last looked at 6 months ago, you can't necessarily remember all of the names of the ranges in your spreadsheet. So let's do this next one, and I'm going to show you a little workaround for that. So now we need to find out what the minimum sales are. So we're going to use min, press that Tab key, and if I can't remember that it's the total range that I want, if I press the F3 key on my keyboard, that's going to pop open a little window that's going to list out all of the named ranges that I have in this workbook. So now I can take a little look through the different names. Yes, that's the one I want, total. Select it, and it's going to input it into my formula, close off the bracket, hit enter. And I can do exactly the same for max. Once again, I can press F3, select total, click on OK, close the bracket, and hit enter. And then the final one here is just a sum calculation, so we can type in sum. And this time I'm just going to start to type total, select it from that list, close the bracket, and hit enter. And I need to just adjust the formatting on these to make them British pounds. And there we go. That is how you can use named ranges in your formulas. Now, another important point to note here is if you have used named ranges in your formulas and then that named range gets deleted, that's going to mess up your formula. Let me show you what I mean. If we jump up to the Formulas tab, and remember to delete named ranges, we need to jump into the Name Manager. So if I decide that I want to delete this totals range, let's click on Delete and OK. Notice what happens to my formulas. I now get this name error. And if you remember in a previous lesson when we were looking at errors that you can come across in Excel, one of them was this name error. And I said to you that a name error either means that you have a problem with the name of the formula, maybe you've misspelt it, or you have a problem with the name of the named range. So in this case, the formula name is correct, but the name range no longer exists. So what I would need to do to fix this is either go in and replace these with cell references. So select the cell reference, close the bracket and hit enter. Or I could create the named range again. So let's select this, create from selection. I'm going to call it total. And now that has fixed those two formulas. So just be aware of that. Deleting named ranges can affect any formulas where you're using the named range. In this exercise, we're going to practice the skills that we've learned in this section related to named ranges. So in the first part of this exercise, I'd like you to practice naming different ranges in your worksheet. And the worksheet that we're using is the Customer Data worksheet. So the first thing I'd like you to do is go through and name the following data ranges. A2 to A52, I'd like you to name that range Customer Name. B2 to B52, I'd like you to name that range Quantity. And what you'll notice is that these ranges are basically just the ranges that you see here. And they're all going to be named according to the column heading. So go through and create all of those named ranges. I'd also like you to create a named range for the tax rate. So this cell reference just here, H2 to I2, I'd like you to name tax rate. And if possible, try using all of the different methods that I showed you for creating named ranges so that you can practice them. Once you have your named ranges set up, let's use them in some formulas. So the first thing I'd like you to do is replace the reference to cell I2 in the sales tax formula in column E with the named range. I'd then like you to recalculate the formulas in cell range I4 to I8 using the named ranges instead of cell references. So that should keep you busy for the next few minutes, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do was to create named ranges for all of the columns in the table. So a quick way to do this would be to select all of the column headings, Control-Shift-Down arrow to select everything, and then on the Formulas tab, choose Create from Selection. I'm going to use the top row, so my column headings, as the names for each of my ranges. Click on OK, and let's just check that those have set in that name box, which I can see that they have. I also asked you to create a named range for the sales tax as well. So what we're going to do here is we're going to select cell I2, and in the name box I'm just going to call this tax_rate and hit enter. And then I asked you to use that named range in this formula in column E. So if we double click to edit the first formula, instead of I2, I want to use the named range instead. So let's delete out I2, and I'm going to start to type the word tax rate. There it is in my list. Tab to select, hit enter, and double click to copy that down. And then finally, I asked you to do the same thing for all of these totals in column I. So instead of the cell references, we want to use the named ranges. So total sales, I used column D for this, so I'm going to click up in the formula bar and delete out D3 to D52, and we're going to use the total named range, hit enter. For the next one, the average quantity, so for this one we're using the quantity named range. We're going to replace this with quantity, tab and hit enter. For the next one is the minimum price per item. So I'm going to select the named range, delete it, and this time I'm going to press the F3 key on my keyboard and select price per item and hit enter. And we're going to do exactly the same for the next one. Let's delete it out, F3, price per item and hit enter. And then finally we're doing a count A of the customers. So let's delete out this cell reference, and this time we're going to use the customer name named range and hit enter. Number formatting plays a vital role when it comes to the readability of your worksheets. When we add a value into a cell in a spreadsheet, we can decide how we want that number to look. For example, it might be that we want it just to look like a plain old number. Or maybe that number is representing monetary values and we want it to look more like a currency. Or maybe we want it to show as a percentage. This is where number formatting comes into play. So on this worksheet, I have a few numbers and I've just repeated these numbers, so we kind of have a little table going on over here. And notice the column headings. These are the four main types of formatting that I tend to use for numbers. Now, before we get on to applying this formatting, let's just take a look at what we mean by number formatting. Now, we're going to be doing a lot of work on the home ribbon in this lesson, and we're going to be using this number group just here. This is where you're going to find all of the tools that relate to number formatting. Now, notice currently my number formatting is set to general. And general is the default number formatting that's applied to all cells. So if you don't specify any other kind of formatting, this is the formatting that you're going to get. And what that basically means is if I was to type some numbers into these cells, they are simply going to display with no formatting. So effectively, they're going to display as I've typed them. And in some scenarios, that's absolutely fine. You don't necessarily have to apply number formatting to every single column or range of cells. If general works for you, that's absolutely fine. However, we do have other different types of formatting that we can apply to change the look of our numbers. And that's a really important point. You are literally just changing the way that these numbers are displaying. You're not actually changing anything related to the underlying number. And this will be illustrated more once we start applying different number formats. And number formatting is effectively applied to the cell that contains the number as opposed to the actual number. So if we take a look at this table, I'm going to select all of the numbers in this first column. And what we're going to do is we're going to jump up to our number formatting group, click the drop down, and this is going to open up a menu that shows me all the different types of number formatting that I can apply. And you'll see the top one there, general, no specific format. The next one down is number formatting. Now if I click this, take a look at how that changes my numbers in the worksheet. I now have 2 decimal places after the number. So if you have some long numbers and it's important that you display those decimal places, this is a good format option to choose. Now, of course, we can also customize this. So maybe I want more decimal places, or maybe I want less. Well, again, up in this number group, notice we have these 2 little arrows for increased decimal and decreased decimal. So I could click once, twice to take those decimal places down, or I can increase them simply by clicking this button. So you have quite a bit of control there. Now, another thing to note here, and this is very much what I was saying, that you're not actually changing the underlying value, you're just applying formatting over the top. If you take a look at the cell I currently have selected and then glance up in the formula bar, the formula bar is showing me what the actual value underneath that formatting is. So in the formula bar, you can still see that the value of the cell is 20, but because I've applied number formatting, it looks different in the actual cell. Okay, so just bear that in mind. Let's apply some currency formatting to this second column. We're going to jump up to our drop down and go to currency. Again, this changes the look and feel of my numbers. This time I'm getting the pound currency symbol in front of all of my numbers. And again, I have 2 decimal places. If I wanted to take those down again, I could, or I could increase them. Now, another thing I could do here is I could change the currency symbol that I'm using. So I'm in the UK, so by default, my Excel and my Windows PC is set up to use British pounds. Now, if I want to change the currency symbol that I'm using, what I would need to do here is either click the drop down and go down to more number formats, or alternatively, I can click the diagonal arrow to take me into the Format Cells dialog box and the currency section. And from here, I can also adjust those decimal places and also change the currency symbol that I'm using. And we have pretty much all currency symbols in here. So it's just a case of scrolling through and finding the one that you want to use. Let's now take a look at accounting format. I'm going to select all of these cells, click the drop down, and this time we're going to go for accounting. Now take a look at this one because it is slightly different from the currency format. Again, this is just adding a currency symbol, but notice that with this format, the currency symbol is pushed all the way over to the left-hand side of the cell. And this is the main difference between accounting format and currency. Accounting format was really created for the accounting industry. And in the accounting industry, they generally tend to have to read down lots of line items of numbers. So to make that a little bit easier, accounting format moves that currency symbol out of the way, but it also makes sure that all of the decimal places are lined up. So it's much easier to read down a list of values. And then finally on the end here, we want to apply some percentage formatting. Now this is a little bit of a strange one. If I highlight all of these numbers, click the drop down and select percentage, look at what I get here. That isn't really what I was hoping for. Even if I decrease the decimal places, I'm still getting figures that I wasn't expecting. So let's undo a couple of times, because what I want these to say is basically 10%, 20%, 30%, so on and so forth. Now, if you have your numbers written out like this and you simply try to apply percentage format over the top, you're not going to get what you were expecting. In order for that to work, you would need to break these percentages down and divide them by 100 effectively. To get 10% when I apply the percentage format, I would need to have this written out as 0.10. Now, if I apply percentage format to that and take those decimal places down, it gives me 10%. And an issue that I find that comes up all the time is that people have numbers written out like this in a spreadsheet, and then they're not sure how to get all of those numbers quickly converted into percentages. So we can fix this using a simple formula trick. All we need to do is select the cell D5, divide it by 100, and that gives us the value that we're looking for. We can then double click to copy this down, and then when we apply the percentage format, take those decimal places down, we get exactly what it is that we're looking for. Okay, so that's one way that you can do this. Another way is that you can simply type the percentage sign in when you're typing the number. So if I want 10% in a cell, if I type in 10 and then add the percentage sign, it's going to keep it on 10%, and oddly, it changes the number formatting of that cell to percentage. So just be aware of that. If you have numbers already in a spreadsheet and you try to apply percentage formatting, quite often that's not going to work. So you either need to type the percentage sign or add a formula that divides it by 100. Now, some of these other buttons that we have up in this number group, if we click this drop down, this is just a quick way for me to switch between three currencies I use most often. We have the percentage symbol just here that will quickly apply the percent style. And I also have a comma style here as well. And you'd use this if you had a longer number. So let's say I've got 2,500 written in a cell. If I want to add a comma to that, I can simply click comma style. It's going to add the comma, give me a couple of decimal places. I can get rid of those if I want to. But I now have comma style formatting applied to that number. Now, of course, when we click in this drop down, we have a whole host of other formats in here as well. And we're going to cover the next three: short date, long date, and time in the next lesson. Some of these others you won't use as often, so things like fractions, scientific format, and then we also have text. And as we've seen, if we click more number formats, that's going to jump us into our format cells dialog box, which gives us access to yet another menu item, which is custom. Because what you can do from here is create your own custom formats. Now, this is outside of the scope of this beginner's course, but just be aware that that is something you can do when you move up towards your more intermediate and advanced skills. In the previous lesson, we started to take a look at the different types of number formatting that you can apply to values in cells. And in this lesson, I just want to shift the focus specifically to applying date and time formatting, because there are a couple of little things that are really useful to know. Now, if you take a look at this little table, you'll see that I've got three columns: short date, long date, and time. And in this short date column, take a look at what I have in here. I have some seemingly random numbers. And this is something you'll come across fairly frequently in Excel. And I know for sure that when I first started learning Excel and I was sent a spreadsheet that had all of these weird numbers where dates should be, I was super confused as to why that was happening. Now, if you do see numbers where you're expecting dates, all this means is that you have the incorrect number formatting applied to your column or the range of cells. So what is this number? Well, basically all dates in Excel are numbers. And according to Excel, the start of the universe was the 1st of January 1900. Excel considers that date to be day number 1. And you can see that if I type in the 1st of the 1st, 1900, and hit enter, if I change this to general formatting, you can see it's showing me the number 1 because that is day 1. And so the numbers that you see here are basically the number of days past the 1st of January 1900. And because I have general formatting applied to these cells, it's showing the number as opposed to the date. So the easiest way to fix this is simply to jump up to the drop down and then either choose short date format or long date format. Now I'm going to choose short date, and that immediately converts those to the correct date format. And of course, if I want to display these in the long date format, I can select my cells again, and this time I think I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift-Down to make that selection. Up to the drop down, and this time long date, and there I have that long date format applied. Again, note the formula bar. Even though we've changed the way that this date looks in the cells, the underlying number is still the original date. Now, as most of you can probably tell, I am in the UK, and the way that we write our dates is a little bit different to other parts of the world. We write the date as the 1st of January 2021, whereas a lot of countries write the date as January the 1st, 2021. Now, for me, I do a lot of work with American clients, so what I'll normally make sure I do is that I switch my date format around so that it's not confusing for the people who are watching the video. And again, this is something that you need to do in your Windows settings. You need to select the correct region and then make sure that Excel is set up to use the region that you have set in your Windows settings. So if you take a look at the top section here, it says Match Microsoft Windows. Another thing to look out for here is if you open up the number formatting window, you can also change your locale for dates as well. So I have mine set to English United Kingdom, but if I wanted to change that to English United States, I could select that, and notice it flips those dates round the other way. So now effectively we have the month first, the day second, and then the year. So just be aware of that locale setting as well when you're using things like dates. Now the final thing to show you here is the time formatting. And again, if you have a bunch of times written out in your spreadsheet, you may choose to format these in any number of different ways. So if we click the drop down, I currently just have the regular time formatting applied, which uses a 24-hour clock, and it shows me the hours, minutes, and seconds. If I want to modify this, once again, I can click the arrow to jump into my number format options, and I can choose any of these that I have in the list. So maybe I want it to display as a 12-hour clock with AM or PM at the end. So I can select that number format and apply it, and that's how that's going to look. And if I really wanted to get granular and customize exactly how these time and dates are looking, that is again when I would go to custom, and I would either select one of the formats in this custom list, or I can create my own from scratch. As I said, outside of the scope of this beginner's course, but just be aware that you do have the ability to do that. Another thing that's worth noting here is that you don't necessarily always have to apply formatting to values within cells. You can apply formatting to empty columns, cells, and rows as well. So if I select these 3 columns, which currently have no formatting applied, if I select all 3 of them and I switch these to short date format, it means that when I type something into here, it's going to do its best to convert it into a date. Formatting worksheets not only makes your data come alive and look a lot more interesting, it also makes your data a lot easier to read. For example, take a look at what I have on this worksheet. I have some data, but currently it's not really in the greatest format. It's going to be very hard for anyone looking at this to decipher it and understand it. So we could probably do with formatting this a little bit better. so that it's easy to interpret. So let's take a look at some of the utilities that we have available in Excel which can help us with this. Now, looking at this data, the first thing I can see here that doesn't look too great is that the column headings where we have date, description and amount are kind of cut off halfway. And I can see here that that is because row 7 isn't wide enough to accommodate that information. And you'll see this again very frequently when you import data in from other systems. Sometimes these columns and these rows can end up kind of collapsed up like this so that you can't see the values in them. Now this is something that's very easy to fix. All we need to do here to increase this row height is hover our mouse over the dividing line between rows 7 and 8 and double click. And that is effectively going to invoke Autofit in Excel, and it will adjust the height of that row to accommodate the height of the values contained within. It's also worth noting that aside from that double click, you can also access the Autofit options from the ribbon. So let's just say I had a few rows which were kind of collapsed up like this. Let's just manually make this look even messier. What I could do here is I could select all of the rows, like so, up to the Home tab, across into the Cells group, and we have this Format drop down. Now notice here at the top here we have two options that relate to the row height. I can specify an exact row height, or I can choose to auto-fit the row height. So if I click this option, it's going to basically do the same thing and auto-fit all of those rows. If I wanted to make each of these rows a very specific size, again, I could go to Format, Row Height, and I could enter in my own row height. So let's put 25 in there. When I click on OK, you can see it's going to widen out those rows. Now, I don't really want them that large, so let's undo to take us back to the regular row height. Now this works the same for columns, so you can see here that column B, currently that description is kind of cut off. I can double click to widen out that column, or if I wanted to be very specific about how wide I wanted each column, I could select all of the columns, go to Format, and this time I want to choose the column width. And maybe I want these to be 50 each, click on OK, and I get 3 equally sized columns. Let's undo those changes. So now that we've seen how we can kind of modify the row and column height and width, let's take a look at the actual data. Now in the first column here, I have some dates. I can see that those are showing as numbers, so they don't have the correct number formatting applied. Control-Shift down arrow to select everything, and then a quick way that I could do this would be to press Control-1 to jump me into my Format Cells dialog, and then I can go in and I can apply Date Format. I'm going to choose the top format there, click on OK, and that formatting has been applied. Now the description, that looks to be okay. I do want to apply some more formatting to these amounts. So Control-Shift down, Control-1, and now I can choose either currency or accounting format. And I think I'm going to use currency for these. I'm happy with 2 decimal places and a pound symbol, so let's simply click OK to apply that formatting. Now this isn't looking too bad, but I could make this look even better by applying more formatting. In its current state, it's readable, definitely, but there isn't much of a distinction between those column headings and the actual values, the information underneath. And it doesn't really look particularly interesting or engaging. So let's change that. I'm going to select the column headings, and then we're going to go up to the Home tab and into the Font Formatting group. And this is where you're going to find all of your options to change the look and feel of the font. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to choose a different font to use for these headings. And I want something a little bit bolder, so let's go with Arial Black. I'm going to increase the size of that font from 11 to 12. And don't forget, if you want to make minor adjustments to that font size, you have the increase font size button just here and the decrease font size button as well. Now I could choose to make this bold. I'm not going to do that because it's already bold. What about italics? Yep, that looks pretty good. I could add an underline. I think in this case that is a little bit of overkill. But what I do want to do is I want to make the background of this heading a different colour. So for that, I can click the drop down and choose a colour from the palette. Now the colours that you see in your palette underneath this Theme Colours heading are dictated by the theme that you're using in Excel. And we have a whole lesson dedicated to themes, so I'm not going to delve too much into this right now, but I'm using the standard Office theme, and these are the colours that come with the theme. Of course, if I don't like any of those, I can also choose from a small standard colour palette, or I could go to more colours and really get very granular about the colours that I'm choosing. Now for this, I'm going to stick with my theme colours. I think I'm going to make this, let's make it a dark green colour. And now I'm going to change the font colour as well so that it stands out to white. So just with a few small formatting tweaks, we can really see the difference between those column titles and the rest of the data. Now something else I might want to do in here to make this look a little bit neater is maybe start adding some borders. So the first thing I would need to do here is select the cells that I want to put a border around, and then I can either jump up to the borders drop down and choose what type of border I would like. You don't necessarily have to have a border around every single cell. You can choose if you want it running across the bottom, across the top, so on and so forth. You can also choose the colour of the border from here and also the border style. So whether you want a solid line, a double line, a dotted line, so on and so forth. Now, I always find when I'm working with borders, it's much easier just to jump into More Borders option, which is going to take us into Format Cells and that Border tab. From here, I can select what I want. So I'm going to say I want a solid line. In fact, let's make that a bit thinner. I want it to be the same colour as the heading, so we're going to choose that forest green colour. And from here, I can choose which borders I want to apply. And we have 3 presets at the top. So if I click Outline, you can see in the preview window, it's going to put a solid fill green border around the outside of where I'm selected. If I decide I don't like that, I can click the None preset and then maybe go in and choose some different options. So maybe I want a border across the top of the cell and across the bottom, but I don't want anything around each cell. Now, in my case, I do want a border around everything. So I'm going to choose the None preset just to get rid of all of those. And I'm going to say I want an outline border and also an inside border. Now, if I click on OK, you can see how that affects my data. To me, this makes my data not only a lot easier to read, but also a lot more interesting to look at. Format Painter is one of those great efficiency tools in Excel. What Format Painter enables you to do is quickly copy formatting from one place and reuse it in another place. So the very quick example that we're going to walk through here is using the table that we formatted in the last lesson. If you remember, we applied numerous pieces of formatting to make this table a lot more readable than it originally was. And if you take a look on the right hand side, we basically have the unformatted version of this table. And what we effectively want to do is make this table on the right, the one that currently isn't formatted, look like the table on the left. And of course, we could do that by going through and reapplying the formatting. So I could select the heading here, I could go up to the font group, I could change the font style, change the font size, make it italic, change the background color, change the font color, but that's quite a lot of clicking around that I'm having to do. And whilst that is only a few seconds worth of clicking, over time that is going to add up. And why bother doing that when there is a one-click option? If I want to take the formatting that already exists in this worksheet, for example, the formatting applied to the column headings, and copy it somewhere else, I can simply use the Format Painter. All I need to do is make sure that I'm clicked on a cell that contains the formatting that I want to copy across. Now, I want to copy across this formatting to effectively 3 different cells: date, description, and amount. And one thing to note here is that you don't necessarily have to select 3 cells in the first table. You can just select one, as long as that one cell contains the formatting that you want to use. So all I need to do now is go up to the Home tab, and in the Clipboard group, I have a Format Painter button. Now, if we click this, this effectively toggles on the Format Painter. You can see that it's toggled on in the Clipboard group. Also notice that my cursor has changed to a paintbrush, and the cell where I'm copying the formatting from now has marching ants around the outside. So now all I need to do is take my cursor and effectively paint over the cells where I want to apply the formatting. So we're going to click and drag, and then when I let go, like magic, that formatting has been applied and I haven't had to go through all of those different steps. Now, one thing you'll notice is that as soon as I've finished painting my formatting, Format Painter deactivates and my cursor goes back to a regular cursor. So effectively, when you click the Format Painter once, you can only use it once before it deactivates. Now, what if I have lots of formatting that I need to apply? For example, let's say that we have this item highlighted in bold. And maybe I want to highlight numerous items in the table on the right-hand side in bold. Well, what I would need to do then is select my bold formatting. I can select the entire thing, or I can choose just one cell. But instead of clicking once on the Format Painter, I want to double click, and that means that I can use it multiple times. So I can paint, and then notice it doesn't deactivate. I can paint again, and carry on going until I choose to deactivate. And to deactivate the Format Painter, you can either click on the Format Painter button again, or alternatively, a quicker way is to press the Escape key on your keyboard. Now notice as I've copied those over, it's also copied over the border formatting as well. So I want everything to have a border, so let's select a cell that looks like the formatting I want to use. Let's click Format Painter, and I'm going to paint over everything in here. And there we go. Also remember that even though we've used the same table of data, you can use Format Painter on pretty much anything. If I have a cell up here and that cell is an orange color, and I decide that I want to use that somewhere else, I can select the cell, click Format Painter, and then swipe it wherever I want to use it. In this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section related to applying formatting. And we're going to start out with applying number formats. So for this, we're going to be working on the formatting worksheet. And the first thing I'd like you to do is apply the short date number formatting to column A. I'd then like you to apply a counting format to column C, and also percentage format to the value in cell I4. I'd then like you to complete this worksheet by using a formula to complete the sales tax in column D. And again, I want you to make sure that you're applying accounting formatting there. And then finally, use a formula to complete the total in column E and apply accounting format. Once you've done that, I'd like you to make this data look a little bit more interesting and give it some structure by applying some more formatting. So I'd like you first to apply formatting to the title where it says Client Invoices. And I'd like you to apply bold, light grey background fill, and font size 14 points. I'd then like you to format all of the column headings with bold and a light green background fill. And then finally, I'd like you to apply borders around all of the data. So you're looking for the all borders option, but I want you to make sure that that border, the line color, is dark green. See how you get on with that, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to apply the short date format to the dates that we have in column A. So let's select everything, Control Shift down arrow, up to the Home tab, and we're going to choose the short date format. Next, I asked you to apply accounting format to everything in column C. Control Shift down arrow, And from the drop down, we're going to choose accounting format. And if yours has come up as dollars as opposed to pounds, then don't worry about that too much. Next, I asked you to apply percentage format to the value in cell I2. So let's select it. This time I'm going to do it a slightly different way. Let's press Ctrl 1 to go into Format Cells, and I'm going to choose Percentage Format and just take those decimal places down so that it displays as 15%. Next, I asked you just to complete this table, so we need to use a formula to work out the sales tax. So this is going to be a simple sum calculation of the amount multiplied by the sales tax in I2, F4 to lock that cell, close the bracket, Control, Enter. Let's double click to copy that down. And then our final sum calculation is a simple addition. So we're going to add the amount to the sales tax, Control Enter, and fill down. Next, I asked you to apply some formatting to this worksheet to give it a little bit of structure. So the first thing I wanted you to do was to apply formatting to the title. So we're going to select the client invoices row. We're going to change the font size to 14. We're going to make it bold, and we're going to fill the background with a light grey. Next, I asked you to format the headings of each of the columns. And for this, I asked you to change it to a light green background and bold font. The final thing I asked you to do was apply dark green borders around the outside of this data. So what I can do here is press Ctrl A to select everything, jump up to my borders drop down, and the first thing I want to do is make sure that I've got the correct line color selected. So I'm going to choose a dark green color, and then we're going to go back and apply all borders. It's now time to move on to the formatting worksheets part of the course. And we're going to start out by exploring a few more options that you have when it comes to working with rows and columns. So as we've already seen in previous lessons, it is pretty easy to resize rows and columns. We can simply grab the dividing border, drag in to make the column narrower, drag out to make it wider. We can also invoke Autofit by selecting all of the columns and double-clicking to resize all of the columns to the width of the widest item in the cell. And we can also do the same with our rows. We can drag them up and drag them down, or alternatively, if we have a few that are the wrong height, we can select all of the rows and double-click the row boundary just to invoke that Autofit feature. So that is all fairly straightforward. What about if we want to insert new rows or new columns? Quite often you might have put a data table together like we have here, and then maybe I decide that I want to add an additional column into this table. If I want to add a column onto the end, that's fairly straightforward. I can just start typing in column D. But what about if I want one in the middle of this table? Well, when it comes to inserting columns, there are a few different methods that you can use, and I'll leave it up to you to choose the one that you prefer. So the first method we can use is to select the column, in this case column B, right-click the mouse to open up the contextual menu, and you'll notice halfway down we have an Insert button. If I click on Insert, it's going to insert a new blank column to the left of the column that I've selected. The second way that I can insert a new column is to use the ribbons. So if we go up to the Home ribbon, across to the Cells group, we have this little Insert drop-down just here. And one of the options that we have is to Insert Sheet Columns. And once again, it's going to insert that brand new column to the left of the column that I had selected. Now, what about if I want to insert multiple columns? Well, what I could do here is select both columns, right-click, Insert, and it's going to insert another two. I could then select 4 columns. Let's go to Insert on the Home ribbon and Insert Sheet Columns, and I'm going to get another 4. Now, for me, I don't find either of these methods the quickest way to insert columns. I much prefer to use the keyboard shortcut. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to select column B, and if I want to insert a brand new column, I can simply press Ctrl Shift plus, and that's going to insert another column. If I want to insert multiple, it's very simple just to keep pressing the plus. So Ctrl Shift plus, 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 plus to add more and more columns. For me, that is a lot quicker and a lot more efficient. And we can use exactly the same methods for inserting brand new rows. So if I right click, I can say Insert to insert a new blank row. I can use the Home ribbon, Insert and Insert Sheet Rows, or I can use Ctrl Shift plus, 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 plus to add as many rows as I like. So now that we have all of these random blank rows and columns, what about if I want to delete them? Again, the methods that we have access to are very similar to inserting rows and columns. I could select one column, right-click my mouse and choose Delete. Alternatively, I could select multiple columns. On that Home ribbon, in the Cells group, I have a Delete drop-down as well. So from here, I could choose Delete Sheet Columns to get rid of them. But again, my preferred method is to use the keyboard shortcut. So I'm going to select all of these columns, and this time we're going to press Ctrl minus symbol to delete out those columns. Now, another little trick I want to show you when it comes to deleting blank rows or columns is by using a little tool called Go To Special. Now you can see currently we have a few blank rows in this data set. Now this is fairly easy for me to delete. I can just select them and use any of the methods to delete rows that I've already shown you. But what about if I had a much longer data set? Let's say I had 10,000 rows and there were blank rows scattered throughout the data set. It's going to be quite time consuming for me to scroll through that data set, find each blank row and then delete it. So let me show you a very quick way to find all blank rows, and this applies to columns as well, it's the same process, in the table and delete them all in one go. So what I could do here is select my entire table of data, up to the Home tab and then across to the Find and Select option in that editing group. And we want to select Go To Special. Now, if you're really into your keyboard shortcuts, let me show you how you can get here using a shortcut. Now, there isn't a shortcut key that's going to take you directly to this Go To Special dialog box, but what you can do is press Ctrl G to take you to the Go To dialog box and then simply click Special. Once we're in here, we can choose to select just the blanks in our selected range. So when I click on OK, it's just going to select all of the blank rows in my data set, and then I can delete them all in one go by clicking the Delete drop-down and Delete Sheet Rows. So that is a really nice efficiency tip if you need to remove all blank rows or columns from a data set. Now, the final thing I want to show you here is how you can hide and unhide rows and columns. And the hide option is great if you don't want to delete a column of data, but you just don't want it showing in the worksheet. So maybe I want to hide the amount column. I can select the entire column, right-click, and then I can choose to hide. Now notice that that column hasn't been deleted, it's still there, but we just can't see it when we're looking at this worksheet. Notice that the column letters now go from B to D, which tells me that I have a hidden column just here. I could also do the same thing for rows, and I can do multiple if I want to. Right-click and select Hide. Notice that you also have these options on the ribbon, so if I select a row again, up to Home, into that Cells group, underneath that Format drop-down, we have Hide and Unhide options. So we can hide rows, hide columns, and hide sheets. So I'm going to say Hide Rows. Now, if you want to unhide rows and columns, for example, if I want to unhide column C, I need to select the columns either side of the hidden column, right-click my mouse, and then I can choose to unhide. If I have lots of hidden columns and rows on my worksheet, I could select the entire worksheet and then unhide everything. Now, a quick way to select the entire worksheet is to click outside of your data and press Ctrl A. Or alternatively, if you hover your mouse over this little square in the top left-hand corner and click, that's also going to select everything. I can then right-click and say unhide, and that's going to unhide all of the hidden rows and columns. So far in this course, we've deleted values from cells several different times. And of course, as you would expect, that is a very simple process. We can simply select the cell that contains the value we want to delete and press the delete key on our keyboard to get rid of the value. Similarly, if we want to delete from multiple cells, we can select all of them and hit that delete key. Now, when I do that, it's deleting the value from the cell as opposed to deleting the actual cell. The cell still remains there, so I can add another value. It's just deleted the contents. But what if I actually want to delete the entire cell? Well, let's select this cell in the middle of our table, so cell B10. If I want to delete just the cell, if I right-click my mouse and from the contextual menu choose Delete, it's going to pop open this very small dialog box. And in here I have a few different options. I can choose to shift cells left, up, delete the entire row or the entire column. Because we're trying to delete a cell, Excel isn't sure what I want to do with the surrounding data. Because if I just delete the cell that says Microsoft 365 subscription, it needs to know if the values in the cell underneath needs to be shifted up, if the value in the cell on the left needs to be shifted across, or if in fact I want to delete the entire row or the entire column. So if I was to select Shift Cells Up, it's going to delete the cell and move everything up one. So now what you'll notice at the bottom is that I have a blank cell because all of the cells have moved up one. Now I would say that in general I don't tend to use this option because it kind of makes your data not accurate anymore. If I shift the cells up, the client lunch would now be showing as having taken place on the 10th of March 2020. Now there are some scenarios where that might be useful, but in general I tend to delete the entire row. But just be aware that when you do select a cell and you try and delete it, these are the options that you're going to get. Now, aside from deleting, we also have some clearing options as well. And you'll find your clearing options on the home ribbon. Over in the editing group on the end, we have this little clear drop down. And in here, we have 5 different things that we can clear. So let's go through each of these so you can see the difference. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select all of the amounts in column D. And if we go to clear and select clear all, that's basically going to clear everything from that cell range. And when I say everything, it's going to clear the value out of the cell, but it's also going to clear all of the formatting. Notice that the borders have also disappeared around this column. Now, let's click undo just to put that column back again. If we take a look at the second option that we have an option here just to clear the formats. Now, if I click clear formats, again, notice what it does. It leaves the value in the cell, but it's cleared out any formatting. So the borders have disappeared, and also that number formatting, that currency formatting that I applied to these cells has also been cleared. Let's undo again, go back to clear. The next option is to clear the contents, and this is basically the same as pressing the delete key. You'll notice in the screen tip in brackets where we have the keyboard shortcut, that is simply delete. So this is the same as pressing the delete key. It's not going to clear the formats, it's just going to clear the value from the cell. The next one that we have is to clear comments. Now, we haven't discussed comments so far in this course, but comments are basically annotations that you can add to your worksheet. Now, I've actually added a couple of comments into this table. And you can see the cells which contain a comment because they have a little red triangle in the top right-hand corner. If I hover my mouse over this cell, you can see I've added a comment that says review this item. I have another one a bit further down that says check this price on the website. So if I have comments in my data and I just want to clear out or delete all of the comments, I can simply select the cells, go to clear and clear comments. And that's going to get rid of them. The final option that we have when it comes to clearing is clearing hyperlinks. So again, if you have a worksheet that contains hyperlinks to external websites or maybe email addresses, anything like that, this will clear out the hyperlinks. Now, I do have some hyperlinks in here. I've added a vendor column, which basically allows the person looking at this spreadsheet to jump to the website that this expense item was purchased from. And I can tell that these are hyperlinks because they have a line underneath them. And one thing you'll notice with hyperlinks is that when you hover your mouse over them, the cursor changes to this little hand icon. It's going to show me the website underneath. And if I want to jump to that website, I can simply click on the link and it's going to open up that external website. Now, it might be that I don't necessarily want these to be hyperlinks. So what I can do is I can select them all, go to clear, and just clear out the hyperlink element. So now when I hover over these links, I don't get the option to click them to jump to that website. So that is the difference between simply deleting values from cells and using your clear options. Clear can be particularly useful if you've maybe imported a worksheet and there's a lot of very messy formatting everywhere. If you want to clear out all of that formatting in one go, you can simply highlight the entire spreadsheet and choose to clear formats. So clear options, really useful. Now, when it comes to cell alignment or aligning items contained within cells, there are a couple of important things that it's useful to know. Now, by default, when you type a number into a cell, for example, if I go down here and type in the number 1000 and hit enter, that value by default is going to be aligned to the right-hand side of the cell. If I type in a word into a cell, so let's just type in hello, that is going to be aligned to the left-hand side of the cell. If I type in a date, let's do 1st of the 1st, 2021, and hit enter, that is also going to align to the right-hand side of the cell. So the thing you need to remember here is that values or numbers are always aligned to the right by default, as are dates, but text is going to align by default to the left of the cell. And of course, you can change these alignments by using your alignment tools, which we're going to take a look at in a moment. Now, all of the tools that we're going to be working with in this lesson, you're going to find on the home ribbon in the alignment group. So let's break this down and just start out with this little group of 6 icons just here. Now, these 6 icons allow you to control the horizontal and the vertical alignment of the value or the text within a cell. And the top 3 allow you to control the vertical alignment, and the bottom 3 allow you to control the horizontal alignment. So let's start out with these horizontal alignment tools, the bottom 3 icons. The first one here allows us to align everything to the left. We can then align to the center or align to the right-hand side. So if I was to select this heading row just here, currently these are all aligned to the left, but what I could do is align them all to the center. Alternatively, I could align them to the right-hand side of the cell. So this controls your horizontal alignment. But what about vertical alignment? Well, to demonstrate this, let me make this heading row a little bit taller. Because what you'll notice is as soon as I do that, all of these column headings are basically aligned to the bottom of the cells. And that is the default in Excel. Now, it might be that I'm fine with that, but maybe I want them vertically aligned to the middle or to the top of the cell. So again, I can select my cells and use my vertical alignment tools. Notice currently that bottom align is selected, but I could choose to middle align or top align. So if I want everything dead in the center of the cells, I would need to middle align, and then I'm going to horizontally align to the center. So those are your alignment utilities. Now, what about this next button across? This controls the orientation of the text. So again, by default, anything that you type into a cell is going to be in horizontal orientation. And I would say that for the most part, that is the one that you're going to use. But if you wanted this to look slightly different, I could again select my cell range, and I can choose to angle counterclockwise, clockwise. I can have it vertically going up. I can rotate the text, so on and so forth. So if I angle counterclockwise, that is how my headings are going to look. And for this, I would probably want to widen that row out just a little bit. Let's take a look at a couple of these other options. I can change them so they're going the other way. I can make them vertical like that, which is a little bit strange. I can rotate the text up, or I can rotate the text down. And of course, if I want to see more options, I could choose to format cell alignment, where I can come in here and really customize the orientation or the amount of degrees that I'm rotating these values. Now, I don't want to rotate this, so let's just undo a few times just to take that back to how it was originally. Now, the two buttons underneath deal with indentation within cells. So by default, everything that you type into a cell isn't going to have any type of indentation. But what I could do here is select a cell, so let's say cell B9, and then I could indent the contents of that particular cell. So if I increase the indent, you can see it's going to move across the cell, or I can decrease the indent. So this is sometimes useful if you have multiple lines of text within a cell and you want to maybe show the difference between the first item and its sub-items underneath. Now, the final two options that we have in this alignment group are wrapped text and merge and center. Now, what wrapped text will do is it will wrap extra long text into multiple lines so that you can see all of it. And what we mean by that is if I make this column a little bit narrower, notice that currently the way I have these cells set up is that the text is kind of cut off. The column isn't wide enough, so it's not displaying everything. But what about if I have to have this column at this width and I still want to be able to see the full description? Well, this is where I could choose to wrap the text. So what I can do here is select all of these cells and click Wrap Text. And that is going to basically widen out the rows to accommodate the entire length of the description without changing the width of the column. So here you can see that some of these items are now wrapped on to 2 lines. So that is what Wrap Text can do for you. Now, I don't actually want these wrapped, so let's select all of these again, and I'm just going to toggle off Wrap Text. And we're going to just double click to resize that column. Now, another thing that you can do when you're working in cells is you can add your own manual line breaks. So if I have, for example, this description just here, taxi fare London Paddington to Greenwich. If I want the words to Greenwich to be on a separate line, I can add a manual line break. So if I double click so that my cursor is placed where I want the line to break and press Alt Enter, that's going to push that down onto the row below. And that option there is different to wrapping the text because we've added a manual line break. And to get rid of that, I can simply select the cell and unwrap the text. That's going to reverse that. Now, the final thing we have in here is the Merge and Center drop-down. And we have a few different options in here. And what Merge and Center does is it allows you to merge cells together. So if we take a look at the title just here, I have expenses claim form for Simon Says It. Now, even though this text looks like it runs across into column B, it's actually all contained within column A. If I were to double click to widen out this column, you can see that it's all contained within column A just there, or in cell A1, I should say. Now, what about if I want to center this title across the data below? You might think that you could click on the cell that contains the text, cell A1 in this case, and use your alignment tool. So maybe if I select center alignment, that's going to center everything. Let's click it and see what happens. It doesn't center align the title above my data. What it does is it just centers it in the cell that the text is contained within. And for this, or what I'm trying to achieve, that doesn't really work well. So in order to get this title to center across the data below, I would need to merge the cells. So what I can do here is select all of the cells to the same width as the data below, and then I have a few different options. Now, merge and center basically does two things in one. It will merge the 4 cells and make them one big cell, and it will also center the values. So merge and center is going to leave me with that. This is now one big cell as opposed to 4 separate cells, and my text is in the middle. Let's undo. We also have merge across. Now what that will do is it will merge the cells, so it's one big cell, but it's not going to move that text to the center. We then have a merge cells option, which in this scenario is pretty much going to do the same as merge across. And then we have an unmerge cells option, which is going to make them 4 separate cells again. So for me, in this example, I want to select all of the cells, merge center, and then I'm going to apply a little bit of formatting to this title. So let's make it a little bit bigger. I'm going to change the background to a light grey color, like so. And then just to finish this up, I don't really need all of these blank rows in between, so I'm going to delete out some of these. Let's right click and delete. Now don't forget that you also have additional alignment options by clicking this little diagonal arrow. That's going to jump you into your alignment settings. So let's click it and see what we have. So once again, we can choose our text alignment, and we have lots of different options in there, including some additional options which aren't on the ribbon. We also have some text control options, so we can wrap our text from here, and we can do things like shrink text to fit cells. Now let me just quickly show you what that is. If I was to type in a sentence, let's do it over here. Hello world, are you enjoying this training? And maybe I want this cell to be that wide. If I want to fit all of this sentence into that one cell, but I don't want to adjust the width of the column, I could choose to shrink to fit. Click on OK, and it's going to minimize that sentence down so that it fits exactly into the cell. Now, of course, that makes it extremely hard to read. That isn't an option I use really at all, but in some cases it doesn't shrink it down this tiny, and it works quite well. So just be aware of those additional alignment options that you have in that diagonal alignment settings drop-down. Earlier on in the course, I mentioned that the colors that you see when you click the font color drop-down, for example, are based on the theme that you're using in Excel. And you can see here, based on the theme that I have applied, these are the colors that belong to the theme. Now, there are a number of different inbuilt themes in Excel that you can choose. And you'll find your themes on the Page Layout tab in the Themes group. And if we click the drop down, you can see there it's going to open up a gallery of all of the different themes we can use in our worksheets. Now, a theme is something that you can apply very quickly with one click. And each theme contains its own set of colors, its own set of fonts, and its own set of effects. And you can see in the gallery below, the one that I have currently selected is the Office theme. And this tends to be the default theme when you first install Excel. Now, what I could do if I wanted to is to change the theme that I'm using. And if I hover over any of these other themes, notice that the colors in the background will change depending on which theme I'm currently hovering my mouse over. And this is what we call live preview. I haven't had to click on the theme to apply it. I can get a preview of that theme simply by moving my mouse around in this gallery. Now, one thing you'll notice here is as I move my mouse over these themes, only the colors are changing. And as I said at the beginning, each theme contains its own fonts as well. So what I would expect is that when I hover over each of these themes, not only do the colors change to match the theme, but also the fonts that I'm using as well. But notice that mine are not changing. So why is that? Well, the reason why it's not changing is because I changed the font that I'm using for this theme. So by default, the Office theme uses Calibri font. But I actually prefer to use Arial font for my worksheets, so I change my font to Arial. Now, because I'm not using the default theme font, when I hover over the different themes, it's not updating to show the fonts in these other themes. So what I'm going to do here, just to show you how this works, is I'm going to change all of this to Calibri. So let's select the entire spreadsheet, and I'm going to change this back to Calibri font. So now if I go back to themes and hover over, you can see that it also updates those other elements. So now when I hover over, I'm getting the font that's used within the theme. And the same would apply to the colors. Now in this case, I am using the theme colors contained within the template. For example, in this heading row, if we go to Home, I'm using this dark green color, which is part of the Office theme. So that is why, again, when I hover over these different themes, those are updating because I'm actually using the default theme colors. So just be aware of that. If you're wondering why your fonts aren't changing, or maybe the colors aren't changing, it's probably going to be because you've used a background fill that isn't part of your current theme, or fonts that aren't part of your current theme. Now, if I want to apply a completely different theme, I can select one of them. So let's just go for this one here, Ion Boardroom. Click to select. And that is quickly going to change the look and feel of my data. Now, if I go back to Home and maybe I decide that I want to change the color of this heading row, when I click the background shading drop down, notice that those theme colors, the colors you can see in that palette, have now updated, and they're showing me the colors that are part of this theme. So if I wanted to choose something different, I could go in here and select a dark red color. Now we can customize these themes a little bit further. Again, if we jump back to page layout, we can go in and we can select whatever theme we like. But then if we decide that actually we want to choose just a different color palette, I can select this drop down just here and choose an entirely different color palette. So what this means is that I can still use all of the fonts that are contained within the theme, but I can use a different color palette if I want to. So maybe let's choose blue-green. And now if I was to go back to Home and click the drop down, this is the color palette that I'm seeing. So I'm still using the Ion Boardroom theme, but I've just changed the color palette that I'm using. And if I wanted to change the fonts, I can click the drop down here and choose different fonts entirely. So maybe I want to change this back to Arial. So again, I'm still using that Ion Boardroom theme, but I've customized the color palette that I'm using and also the fonts that I'm using. The final element that's included within every theme are effects. And this will allow you just to add different effects to elements in your worksheet. And I will say that this is more obvious when you have something like shapes in your worksheet. And I can change the different effects that I'm using. So it might be that I want shading applied to different objects, or I want to make any shapes that I add glossy. I can choose any of these from the gallery as well. It is also possible to create your own themes. For example, even though I selected the Ion Boardroom theme, I've made some changes to this theme. I'm using a different color palette and I'm using different fonts. So if I want to be able to quickly apply this new theme effectively that I've created, I can jump into Themes and say Save Current Theme. This is going to jump me across to the default folder for storing themes. And I would recommend that you don't change this folder path. All I need to do now is give this file a name. So I'm going to call this DA, so my initials, custom theme, and click on Save. So what this now means is that if I click the Themes drop down, underneath this new group called Custom, there is my theme. So if I was to apply a completely different theme to this, so let's go for something like Gallery. If I then wanted to switch back to my theme, I can simply go up to Themes and apply the DA custom theme. So that is my recommendation. Select a theme to start with, make your customizations, choose your colors, your fonts, and the effects that you want to use, and then just save that theme into the default custom themes folder, and it's always going to be available for you to use. Now, what about if I was to create a brand new workbook? I'm going to press Ctrl N. Is my theme still going to be available? Well, let's jump up to Page Layout and into Themes, and you can see yes. So even if I create a new workbook, my custom theme is still available for me to use.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Says It.